Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. I'm just trying to clean up a couple of things before we start. But hi! Hellos! There's always little extra things that make me like 5 minutes late every time. Hi, Ryan Andrew. Hi, the one Gam. Hi, Wally. Hi, Fett. You were here very quickly. It is true. Yes, no one should ever try to challenge Fett about points. Never go against a Sicilian when death is on the line, but slightly less well known as never go against Fett when counting channel points. It is not just my channel. Fett collects channel points for everywhere. It is ridiculous. Oh, okay. Bye, Wally. We'll see you later then. Alright, we are doing our SCP reads, and this one has some trigger warnings on it, so I'm just trying to make sure that that is all accurate with where I added on the little screen. I want to make sure everybody knows and is prepared. The last time we read one of these that the Foundation, SCP site actually had the warning on front of it. It didn't actually go as hard as I expected it was going to based on how it said things, but you never know. You never know how graphic it will be. So just brace yourselves if you do not want to hear description of these things, but I'm going to add it in the corner and have it up whenever we're reading this particular story first. Before we get there, hi everybody. Oh my gosh, shut up, chair. Don't be so loud. Hi. I hope everybody's doing well. I hope we're having a good day. It is end of stream little week. I updated on Discord and Blue Sky that I would not be streaming on the 11th, as I had said previously. It'll just be the 12th and 13th. And I specified times there too. We'll be doing folk tales, so we'll be doing more of the Arabian Nights, the 1001 book. So we'll be doing more of those on the 12th and 13th. The 12th will be a normal timing, but the 13th will be earlier. It'll be 9 p.m. EST for the 12th, and we'll start at 4 p.m. EST on the 13th. Hello, NURIAKEA! We are reading one of your stories off the bat, and I have more of yours as usual lined up. We read one last night, quite lengthy as per usual, and I think that went pretty well. I liked it a lot. It was very sweet. But hi! If you're trying to say focus instead of hocus, then I'm okay. I guess I'll get to a story. If you're saying hocus, what's hocus? What is it that's hocus? Alright, so the number we are reading right off the bat, hocus pocus. Okay, we are not reading hocus pocus. I totally had, oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, forgetting things. We are reading yours first off the bat. Let's get to that one, I guess. SCP-8558. It has its trigger warnings, so I'm going to put up the little thingy. Normally I would have had a different one, and we'll put that one up, but this one has its own very specific trigger warning, so there you go. And then also those two. We are going to begin this story very shortly. Here comes your warning. It has, right off the bat, adult content. So I was supposed to do this thing. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Hey, mods. I was dumb. Do we have a way to... Is it too late to do? No. Here it is. I can change it. Sexual things and violent and graphic depictions. Updated. Bam. My guy, I don't know. I don't know what it is until I'm at it. You're gonna find out. But, okay, so the page says, this article contains adult content that may not be suitable for all readers. Or listeners, in this case. First, it has graphic depiction of blood, gore, or mutilation of body parts. Then it has explicit depiction of sexual acts as its little bullet points for what to be aware is going to come up. And it says, if you are above the age of 18 plus and wish to read such content, then you may click continue to view said content. And this is the reasons why we have our 18 plus requirement in our community, okay, folks? So I'm going to hit continue. We're going to get into it. NURIAKEA doesn't immediately have any names on it. I would have to go and find it in the list for if it's carnal rotting or not. But I do see right off the bat sex hormones and endorphins. As well as flesh sloughing off. So this is going to be fun. Hi, Flino. That's too wholesome of an emote for right now, I think. Oh my goodness. This is going to be... this is going to be something. Okay. If you're ready, we're going to get into it. Oh my gosh. Am I ready? I need to hydrate first. I'm scared. It's already hitting us right off the bat with some words that feel like a dog whistle to very much lots of explicit talking about gore and such. So I'm a little nervous. Okay, here we go. They are great, and I've had them before. I got very excited about that wibbly little bendy spoon. We sent everybody to Bendy last night. It was very nice. I liked them. They're very lovely. But anyway, focusing. Or was it last night? Yeah, it was last night. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're reading. Weirdly, instead of it saying SCP or... Ah! Hi, do! Oh my gosh. I had one of your stories lined up, possibly, but I don't think we're gonna get there. Gonna have lots of stuff to get to. The next SCPs we read, we're probably gonna read yours. Just FYI, one of the ones that you recommended, do, since you're here right now. Spoons is lovely. It was lovely. Okay. Okay. Oh, is that what this one is? Oh boy. Okay. We figured out which one it is then. But I'm very distracted. Okay. For whatever reason, it starts off the top at... Okay. It starts off without the SCP or item number words. It just says 8558. Which feels a little bit weird. And, sometimes with reading stuff... Oh no, you say oh no, oh no. Oh no, what have I done? Hey, NURIAKEA told me to do it. I'm scared, but NURIAKEA told me to do it. I'm glad the frogs aren't here. Oh gosh, they would not survive. Okay. Okay. I want to assume that the no SCP there is not a typo, because with this spooky world, it means things, but it's so small. So I'm going to move on, but I'm also going to pull to another silliness. The rating is plus 169. Okay, moving on. Hi, Dawn. Noise, yeah. Okay, the frogs in us are in fresh water, not salt water. The salmon, I'm pretty sure salmon go between. They stick mostly to fresh for reproductive, but they go to salt water, I think. There's a fish that does that. I think that's Salmon. Raven might be crazy. I don't know. No, Raven's not crazy. Just Raven might be wrong right now. Hi, Goldie! Oh my gosh, look at everybody in here right now. Alright. We'll jump in. It says 8558. And then it has 3 yellow bars for level 3 confidential. You're like, okay, yeah, okay, what is so? Alright. Level 3 confidential. Oh, we missed you too. I'm glad you're here. We will be doing a daytime next week on Monday. That will be easier for you to see us. I will be streaming starting at 4 p.m. Yeah. Be ready. It'll be folktale times. So silly. Probably. Alright. Raven can't focus for shit already. Maybe Raven's doing a little bit of a delay because it sounds like it's gonna be a spooky read. Oh my gosh. Not just spooky, but a lot. Okay. Buckle up. Okay. Containment class Euclid. Disruption class Ekhi. E-K-H-I. Risk class Critical. So in a couple of spots it's like, no, we're pretty chill with this one, but then it's like, actually it's kind of spooky here. Ooh, get your shit in order. It's good now. Okay, so a little nervous. Zoological. Oh god, what are we gonna get into? Oh no. Okay. Special containment procedures. Direct interaction with SCP-85581 instances may only be undertaken with approval from the site director and current head of the Department of Zoological Studies. So I'm a little nervous about that. What are we doing with the animals? Considering the sexual themes, I'm scared. I'm not happy. Okay. Individuals may not enter SCP-85581's containment chamber without full hazmat protections. All individuals leaving SCP-85581's containment must undergo advanced biohazard cleaning protocols and will be placed under mandatory quarantine for a period of no less than 2 weeks. Is it gonna be bugs? Is it gonna be creepy under the skin bugs? I'm scared. Okay, personnel who report SCP-85582 symptoms shall remain in quarantine indefinitely. Yep. Okay, so 2 symptoms, so it's a different SCP. It's when you're overtaken by it. Oh, entire article summarizing one sentence. Hunk tops bear live on camera. What? It's bears? It's bears? Guys, I'm scared. I'm so scared. To be fair, I would be a lot more on board if this is about bears than if it was about bugs under the skin like I just theorized, because I'm really scared of that. Okay. Research into a cure for exposure to SCP-85582 is considered a top priority. Okay, scared? Whatever you're joking about, I'm out of the joke and I'm very scared about it. Please be nice. Okay. All requests for euthanasia, oh no, are to be denied. No. Okay. Give me bear. Give me not bugs, please. This already sounds bad, but I'm gonna be a lot more on board if it's big ol' bears. Oh, salmon! Atlantic salmon. There you go. Okay, so salmon. That's good. Fish is better. Fish is better than bugs. Okay. Oh my gosh. SCP-8... Oh no, wait, we skipped. Description. SCP-8558 refers to a pair of interconnected anomalies. We understood that from the references to 1 and 2. origami stream. Ooh, I was like, there you go. It's the 19th, and then I also have plans for the 20th and 21st to also be origami streams. There you go, Flino. Yeah, that week's gonna be a little bit busier. I'm gonna do 19, 20, 21, and then 2 days off, and then 24, 25 back on because I'm gonna be busy for the last week of January. It's gonna be crazy, and I have to be ready for back on February 1st. Cause does anybody know what February 1st is? We're gonna go off on a random tangent before we get to the scary. I'm really delaying it. Oh my gosh. But who does anybody know what February 1st is? Anything to avoid whatever is about to be. I should just read it. It is the channel's birthday. It's the 1st of February. It's the penultimate Groundhog Day. It is the channel birthday. It's my anniversary on stream. Officially 1 year. And I need to announce tomorrow exactly what I'm doing. But I has a plan. It's just a little thing. But I'm excited. Yeah. Yeah, you better hit me with the wiggly cows. I was about to say the wiggly moose, and I'm like, it is moo, but that sounds like moose then, and it's not a moose. Anyway, to stall more, I got a random question. Okay, why not? Raymond's too scared. Go ahead. What's a good candle scent? Well, the one that I like to tap on is lavender and cedarwood. I have it right here. It's my glass jar that I tap on. Oh, it's a heck of a scent. I like cedarwood in general. I like cedar. Cedar's so great. Some of my favorite smells. You guys are gonna think me so 1,000% truth, and people have laughed at me a little bit for them because they sound kind of stereotypical. Are cedar and I'm not sure. Oh my gosh, they're cedar and hometown moose hide. They're just so warm, and like a smoky campfire smell is so nice. It's so cozy. These things, they're my favorite. Moose hide, yeah. You can judge me. I like it. Okay. We're gonna move into the story. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. SCP-85581, a species of humanoid, non-sapient, amphibious creatures, superficially resembling Salmo-salar Atlantic salmon, ranging between 2 to 3 meters in height. So big old tall fish peoples. X-ray analysis has revealed that all of SCP-85581's reproductive organs are covered with a thick layer of protective flesh and scales, allowing eggs to develop internally. Why do we need those details? That sounds like fish. Okay. Why do we care? SCP-85581's primary anomalous traits derived from the species' mutualistic relationship with SCP-85582. SCP-85581 instances are all naturally infected with SCP-85582, and it is believed to play a key role in their reproductive process. Okay. Individuals that have been quote-unquote cured of SCP-85582 in controlled settings are effectively rendered sterile and unable to participate in SCP-85581 spawning practices. Okay, so it's just how these big old fish peoples has babies. That's what we're talking about. Okay, so this is from a 20 put together by a long-time SCP. It was very hard to scare creep out. The goal is to creep him out. Oh, this story is all about how to make him uncomfy. Okay, you've never heard of it. Oh, Adon, it's just the skin of a moose. It's just like when you make a leather out of a moose. But the home tan is a specific different processing. That is the part that I think end up making it smell cozy. Anyway. Okay, so this is all about trying to creep people out really, really well. Whoever the heck this is, this author that doesn't get creeped out. Well, whomstever you are not me. Well, I was spooked by the top. So far, I'm okay with it. It's just fish people having fish sex. Yay. But I am scared about the second part because this part's where I saw weird little bits. I kind of read ahead. Words popped out. SCP-85582, a viral infection originating in SCP-85581. SCP-85582 remains dormant in, I'm going to stop saying all the numbers, in fish people. That SCP-85581 is fish people, or the big old salmons, I'll call them. It remains dormant in the fish people instances, activating during big salmon spawning season. Upon activation, the salmon folks instances will experience a sudden release of sex hormones and endorphins. Well, yeah, that's how the spawning season works. That doesn't great. Oh, okay. We're ahead. The fish people's outer flesh, will begin to slough off, allowing access to their reproductive organs by a prospective mate, with a footnote saying, this process is believed to result in little to no pain. Oh, that's good for the fish people. Current research indicates that the process is somewhat pleasurable for the species, as individuals have been seen assisting one another with the removal of flesh as part of their mating ritual. Okay. Once mating has concluded, the disease, SCP-85582, begins to rapidly regenerate flesh lost in the process of mating. Okay. And then footnote 2 says, on average, a standard SCP-85581 instance can lose upwards of 50 to 60% of its body weight during the mating process, all of which is restored within 12 to 24 hours following successful mating. This sounds very much like if you go into spawning season but don't get a mate, you're dead. That's wild. If you fail to have sex, you die. Wow, okay. That's not great. Or smoke it. Smoked salmon. SCP-85582's effects on SCP-85581 continues up until the individual successfully mates. Fish people instances that do not successfully mate will continue to lose flesh without regenerating. Yeah, that's about what I thought. These instances have been seen continuing the search for a mate even following the loss of vital organs and large quantities of blood, and will only perish after the loss of the majority of their brain tissue. Gosh, that sucks. Recent discoveries have revealed that SCP-85582 is a zoonotic disease. I don't know what zoonotic disease exactly means to this. Like, unfortunately, I only know the prefix zoo is about animals. Like, come on. I understood that it was in animals. Do you mean that it doesn't infect people? Because we've already said above that we needed to avoid people meeting the fish people, human people meeting the fish people, because they can get infected and their requests for euthanasia have to be denied. So, like, it definitely does transfer to humans. So what does it mean when it's a zoonotic disease? Does anybody want to do the Googling? I've been Googling enough weirdness. I don't need the FBI on my butt. Okay. We have an addendum. Transmitted by animals. Ah, okay. So it is like, it's just transmitted from them. That makes sense. I was like, is it one of the ones that it doesn't transfer to humans? Is that what the zoonotic? Anyway, okay. No, just transferred by. Okay. Addendum 8558.1, initial zoonotic infection, which I would guess means that it's the first time it goes to people. Diseases that can jump. Okay, so like rabies. Evil, yeah. Oh my gosh. So then what's ones that can't? Non-zoonotic? Why did we choose? Oh my gosh. We do not need to do the etymology right now. Or whichever one that is, because I mixed those two up, of course. Azoonotic. There you go. Well, thank you. Zoo is animal and not is sailing or traveling? It's, yeah, nautic. You know, not like nautical. I don't know where all this is going, but I get the feeling that one is Fet being silly. I don't think that's what that is. That is the opposite. Anthropomorphism. Stop with this. Okay, I'm just gonna move on. The frickin' forward. No, that's actually serious. You're kidding. I knew that we were about to do that with the anthropomorphism, but yes, good job, Pluto. It is a star sailor. I love that little reindeer. It's so cute. Oh, maybe next holiday season I need to get a little red nose to wear. Because I just put lights on my antlers. Maybe I'll dress up as Rudolph. I'll be the little freak that corporate decided to exploit after abusing. Because that's how that story goes. Okay, focusing. Here is the initial infection story, I guess. Forward. The following footage was recovered from Site 58's Zoological Anomaly Containment Wing. Footage features a research endeavor led by the chair of the Zoological Studies Department, Dr. Zacharias Hanneman. It has him later referred to as Hanneman, but I want to call him Zacharias. I mean, that's just a heck of a name. Anyway, it shows footage led by Zacharias Hanneman into the mating habits of the fish peoples. Look at dude did the proper work on it. Look at that. An osis is a condition or process like hypnosis, acidosis. Odic means relating to a process or condition, so it's an animal-based condition. They go from peoples to fish peoples. They go from fish peoples to peoples. It's the other way around. Starts with the animal and comes to us. Like the rabies. What's the opposite where it's a human disease that attacks the animals real bad? I'm getting so many distractions. Ignore me, please. We'll never get anything done. The log. It begin. Begin log. Dr. Hanneman. I want to call him just Zach. Never mind Hanneman. Researcher Benedict Harrison. We'll refer to as Harrison. And researcher Aaron Paulus. He will be referred to as Paulus. Sapiotic? That would make sense. Wouldn't it? Anyway. Reverse zoonotic actual term. Sapiotic. I think so. We have Hanneman, Harrison, and Paulus. They stand in the decontamination chamber leading to fish people's containment. Hanneman. Everyone suited up. Various murmurs of assent are heard from the gathered personnel as everyone finishes putting on hazmat suits. Hanneman, perfect. Remember, stay clear from 85581. The buggers get mean when they're in heat, and the last thing I need to do is fill out an incident report. Buddy system and all that jazz. Hanneman opens the door to SCP-85581's containment. Harrison and Paulus recoil. Harrison, Jesus, it reeks in here. Paulus, through the suits even. ... Hanneman, oh, good. That means they've begun. Quick, duck into the shrubbery over there and be quiet. Sudden realization. Do these giant fish people do everything outside of the water? Are they in the air? Are we walking into an aquarium? They say jump into the shrubbery. These are big freaking fish. They're 2 to 3 meters. They're full people size. They how? What do we do about this? Down by the lake. I need to focus. Okay. It says Hanneman pushes both researchers down into the bushes near an artificial river. Okay. In the fish people's chamber, 2 instances can be seen approaching one another. But are they in the water or are they like walking around the water? They gave them a river, but like, how deep is the river? How much of this is the fish is in the river? I don't know what's going on. Okay. Harrison. All right, got the audio recorder live. Paulus. Video is live too. We're set. Hanneman. ... I forgot to grab my tablet. Difficult to get notes on it all without it. Okay. You assume they perform on land. Yeah. I think so too, but they gave them a river, so I'm like, huh? Anyway. Pardon me just a moment, gentlemen. I'll be right back. Hanneman rises to his feet and runs back to the entrance of the containment chamber. Is he going to get contaminated because he doesn't do a full decontamination, grab thing, decontaminate and suit up? Is that going to be which one of these poor fuckers is going to get contaminated, you know? Okay. But okay, he pops out. He's going to get his notepad. Then Paulus. That man would lose his head if it wasn't screwed on. Ha ha ha. I think they're amphibious. Well, it makes sense. Considering their containment chamber isn't just all water, yeah, it would make sense, right? Okay, anyway. Yeah, it's a which one, not an if, because it says the first contamination. It says somebody's getting it. Okay. I shouldn't have phrased it like that, considering it's the spawning season that we're here for. But okay, Harrison. Remember that time he forgot to close the door to Squonk's chamber, babe? Ooh, Harrison and Paulus. They're babeses. Okay, and I'm clicking on Squonk. That's too much of a name that I have to look at. Okay, its number is 6968, apparently. What the heck are you, Squonk? Oh, Squonk. Oh, I'm so sad for you already. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm not reading any words besides the words on this old-timey poster that they've got. That it looks like a circus flyer, you know, from typical peak circus craziness times. There's clowns jeering. There's a weird old man photo at the top. There's a little circle that has Squonk photo, and then the most important part of this, they show Squonk, funky looking creature guy, looking at himself in a mirror and crying green tears. He's just like this little wrinkly, weird shape at the back, but kind of like a little mini elephant with pointy ears instead of big flappy. He's so sad. Oh, Squonk is from the cannon hub with the ball pit. Squonk is the ball pit? Is that where you end up, buddy? Oh, there's a few others of you. Oh, is Squonk multiple things? Anyway, the point is, they're referring to this poor little guy, and I've fallen in love with Squonk, and we're gonna have to read that at some point. I demand it. We're writing that down. 6968. Squonk. I love you. I need to see you again. Okay. Come on. We scroll down again. To the Squonk. Where's the Squonk reference? I just read it. Oh, there we go. Remember when he forgot to close that door? Paulus stifles a laugh. Paulus, it took us almost a week to find the crybaby. The .AIC guys kept hearing it cry in the vents and thought they were being haunted. I guess the little guy that I saw crying was probably the crybaby hiding in the vents. Poor Squonk. Okay. They kept hearing it cry in the vents and they thought they were being haunted. Both begin to laugh. One of the SCP-85581 instances turns its attention towards the shrubbery. Not the shrubbery! Harrison. Oh, shh, look. Oh, no. No, it's gonna be Harrison, isn't it? Oh, no. Your poor babe will not love you because you will be a flesh falling apart fish person. Oh, no. Okay. Harrison says, oh, look. The instance begins to lumber towards the shrubbery, chittering. Paulus. Benny, we should probably move. Harrison, no, this is great. We'll get to see it up and close. Paulus, Benny, we're supposed to avoid direct interaction. This is a breach of protocol. Harrison, no, see? The instance regards the researchers, cocking its head slightly. Harrison approaches it with an outstretched hand. The instance lowers its head, allowing Harrison to pet it. It's like that one D NPC. This is Blurper Bloopus. He's a loser and is bad at everything he does. I wish many misfortune to come upon him. And the party's like, no, not Blurper Bloopus. I love Blurper Bloopus. Maybe. As far as I could tell, poor Squonk was this creature that cries, but is being held in a circus for everybody to laugh at how it already hates itself. I don't feel like he's done anything bad. He just is sad and being held captive, and I'm gonna feel bad for anybody like that. Being abused by the circus containing people. Okay. Alright, so now I guess Harrison is petting the fish. Oh no. Harrison. If I had to guess, this one's a female. See that bulge in her side there? Paulus sighs before approaching. Paulus. Would explain why she's so docile, I guess. Harrison. Males of quite a few species tend to be the most sexually aggressive and animalistic, after all. I would say sometimes it is the women, though. Don't be an assumption. Paulus. Oh, har, you don't need to stare me down when you say that. Harrison gently strokes the instance. A small chunk of its epidermis peels away under his touch. He takes Paulus's hand and guides it towards the instance. Paulus initially recoils, but allows Harrison to press his hand against the instance. Its flesh continues to flake off as the two stroke its side, and we've already been told that that's kind of part of this spawning ritual. This poor fish thinks that you guys are choosing to have sex with her, and this is gonna get you both contaminated. You're both gonna be getting contaminated. Oh no. Harrison. Oh, you're about ready, huh, girl? Yeah. The instance chitters before standing upright. The researchers turn and see another SCP-85581 instance approaching. Paulus. ... Benny, we should probably... And then interrupted. The instance bellows and charges at the shrubbery, probably assuming a challenge on the mate. Paulus says, Benny, move it! Paulus grabs Harrison's hand. Both begin to run towards the exit. Harrison, shit! Harrison trips over an exposed root and tumbles to the ground. Paulus rushes to his side. Harrison, I'm fine. The SCP-85581 instance reaches the tree and lunges towards Harrison. Before it can reach him, Paulus intercepts and checks it with his shoulder. The anomaly is sent tumbling back, a large chunk of flesh peeling back as it hits the ground. It scrambles back to its feet, hissing as the chunk of flesh falls away. It slashes at Paulus. Oh no, when you say slash... Wait, does that imply that these fish things have claws? What's slashing? Are the fins sharp? Anyway, okay. Who kicks it and knocks it to the ground once more. He slides over to Harrison and reaches out his hand. Can you stand? Paulus says. Harrison, yeah, thanks, babe. Paulus helps Harrison to his feet. Hanneman, stun gun drawn. Well, these are salmon. They don't have spike, I don't think. And then Hanneman returns, stun gun drawn, says, Are you two all right? The SCP-85581 instance, I'm assuming this is the aggressive one that we've been talking about, not the one they assumed that was a female that was back. Anyway, returns to its feet and bellows. So it has feet. It is people-y. Oh gosh, it's true. They could have anything. They didn't describe it. Okay. Hanneman shoots it with a stun gun and it collapses to the ground, spasming. Paulus, and then is interrupting himself by saying Paulus recoils in pain, grabbing his leg. Hanneman moves his hand away, revealing a large cut through his hazmat suit and an open gash in his leg below it. Hanneman, Shit. Harrison, what's wrong? Harrison, your boyfriend's cut up, my dude. It's kinda a concern. Paulus, it's nothing. I'm all good. Just a quick cleanup. And then interrupted with, Hanneman pulls out his portable radio and moves between Paulus and Harrison. Hanneman, hey, medical? Prep a quarantine bay ASAP. End log. And now we're gonna read how Harrison and Paulus have this awful disease keeping them apart, and Paulus is gonna be so sad, and Harrison's gonna be so sad, and it's gonna be so gross, and I'm gonna be sad. And this is all because Harrison wanted to stay and watch and pet the lady fish. Don't do it. And Paulus is the one that's hurt, of course. So now there's gonna be a guilt complex. Oh my god. Afterward, researcher Paulus was placed into mandatory quarantine to track for signs of potential SCP-85582 infection, with Dr. Hanneman and researcher Harrison held under quarantine in separate chambers. Dr. Hanneman and researcher Harrison were released following a decontamination shower and blood tests that reported negative for SCP-85582 infection. Researcher Harris's quarantine status was upgraded to indefinite following confirmation of the first human SCP-85582 infection. Dun dun dun. What old TV show, I wonder? We have another addendum. It is video log number 2. It's addendum 8558.2, video log 1. So this is a different video we have, because the other one is it's still a video log, but it's referred to as, the infection, first infection. This is just general log 1. Okay. Yeah, this isn't gonna be great. I'm guessing these are just Paulus's vlogs. Okay. Date 7/8/25. Oh no! It's going to happen soon. It's only in a few months. This year that this is all going to happen, I guess. Oh no. It's either July 8th or August 7th, 2025. And we're going to have the fish people thing issue. Oh boy. Ugh. Begin log. Paulus sits at a desk in his quarantine dorm. The room behind him is sterile and organized. He speaks into a camera. Paulus: I think I set this up right. He reaches out and adjusts the camera. Paulus: good enough. Hey? I'm researcher Aaron Paulus. Today's date is August 7th, 2025. So there you go, it's confirmed. I've been in quarantine for 2 days now. Paulus adjusts himself in his seat. I was asked by the medical department to keep a daily video log to help track my condition. It's weird, honestly, being a test subject for once. Bravely diving into the unknown. I bet I'll get a medal or something for this when it's all over. I hope I do. Medals are cool. I'm gonna make a prediction: you will get 0 medals, but you will live in agony and possibly die. Congrats. Anyway, he chuckles. Paulus: anyway, so far so good. I don't really feel different in any way. A little warm and... Oh! He rises to his feet and attempts to lift his leg up to the camera, stumbling at first. After some struggle, he's able to show his prior injury from SCP-85582 to the camera. The really notable thing is that this injury here isn't healing, but get this, actually just his leg. He sticks his finger into the wound, pushing the flesh back and widening it. Muscle and tendons are visible underneath. It doesn't hurt at all. Honestly, we might be able to figure out how to make some strong anesthetic from this. He puts his leg back down and chuckles to himself. Hey, buddy, I have a theory for why it's not healing. You keep poking your finger in it, contaminating it, not doing sterile things. It's probably not helping. Then he says, can't say I'm thrilled with quarantine, but hey, we should have been more careful around a bunch of horny fishmen anyway. Yeah, I gotta agree. Hindsight is 2020 and all that. Lesson learned. He blows a kiss to the camera before tapping his chest twice and gives a thumbs up. I'm guessing that's a little nod specifically to Harrison, anyway. And then he says, every day ends eventually. Yeah? End log. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Addendum 8558.3 vlog. It says video log, but I'm going to be saying vlog 2. It seems we are now at date August 10th, 2025. Begin log. Paulus turns on the camera. He appears largely unchanged from the last notable recording. Paulus: hey all, today's date is August 10th, 2025. So far so good still. He turns back to the room and shows it to the camera. There's a set of weights and a shelf of books. Thanks to Benny, I was able to get some workout equipment and books in here. Don't get me wrong, talking to a camera all day definitely makes me feel sane and well-adjusted, but I do appreciate having more ways to pass the time. He turns back to the camera and smiles. Only notable physical change I can note right now is a sharp increase in energy. I spent almost all day yesterday just working out, and even now I don't feel tired. Oh, Benny, look at this. He stands up and lifts his shirt. Developing abdominals are present on his stomach. This is only after 2 days of working out. He sits back down, smiling. Anyway, take your time with the cure, guys. I'll be alright. He taps his chest twice and gives a thumbs up. Miss you, Benz. End log. I am going to predict that it will not take much longer before it goes to shit, and he is going to say, please hurry up. Having abs is not worth it. Addendum 85584 Vlog 3. Date is August 15th, 2025. Begin vlog. Paulus turns on the camera. He's gained muscle mass and appears slightly flushed. There is a large stuffed bear on the bed behind him. Is this where the bear jokes are gonna come in? Oh no. Okay. I thought it was gonna be a reference to the salmon because bears eat salmon, but I think it's gonna be the stuffed bear. Paulus, today is August 15th, I think. It's been just over a week since I was placed in quarantine. He lifts his leg and places it on the desktop with relative ease, showing off the injury from before. It is unchanged, so he still isn't healing his leg. Paulus, the workouts have been great for flexibility, he chuckles. Seriously though, I did want to point out that this thing hasn't actually healed yet. I don't think it's changed at all. I'm not an expert on that front, but I figured it was worth noting. He lowers his leg. Still no notable pain, but it does itch a bit. I've been good about not scratching so far, mostly. Paulus adjusts himself in his seat for several seconds, visibly uncomfortable. He motions as if to scratch his chin and stops himself. Other than the things I've mentioned before, I've been feeling a bit, he flushes a deeper red. God damn it, how do I say this professionally? I've been feeling worked up, we'll say. Paulus adjusts himself again. Ooh, this is gonna turn into some fun. Paulus, but Benny's been great so far. They haven't let me actually see him yet, but he's left me this. He motions to the bear on the bed. He brought it from home. It was a wedding gift from his parents. Oh, they're married. It's not the same as having him here, but it's nice to have something to snuggle against at night. It smells like him, home. It smells like home, and I don't know, it just feels nice to touch something right now. He lets out an awkward chuckle and scratches at the back of his neck. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but continues to scratch his neck for nearly a minute. So he's itchy and flushed. Paulus, you know, it's funny, between this bear and all the cameras in this room, I guess I can't really feel alone, can I? I mean, I know I'm being monitored at all times, so I guess it's like everyone is in here with me? He chuckles weakly. ... Yeah, so that's it, I guess. Good night. Paulus taps his chest twice and gives a thumbs up before rising to his feet and walking over to the bed. He grabs the stuffed bear and wraps himself around it. He remains in this position for several hours, shivering, before appearing to fall asleep. End log. And now we have an interview. But I'm going to take a break for redeems before the interview begin. So, does anybody have any redeems? If not, I'm just going to get some waters. Hindsight, it should have been foresight. Hell, I'll settle for now sight. It would be nice to be able to know before. I think Paulus did know, though. In that case, he was pretty clear, hey, we should leave. But Harrison was the one that was like, nah, babe, don't worry about it. Harrison, you should have worried about it. Okay. Little stretches. Okay. Silver snaps. Okay, they'll be first. Let's get that. Adjust. Okay. And I hydrate. I just did, but I will go again. All right. Spinny little panda. So cute. Okay. I hydrate. And I begin scissor snips. Yeah. There was your scissors. And now we will do Herbert. Get over here. The people, they want to hear you sing. Oh, come on, let go. Let go! Oh, his little mallet is very stuck. There we go. Okay. There was Herbert. Back to his little spot. He sits on his little pedestal, pointed towards the wall because he's only just a little bit, kind of a lot creepy. Don't side-eye me. Gotta spin him properly because his eyes are on the side of his head. You can still look at me a little bit sometimes. Listen, you little weirdo. Okay. Alright. There's nothing else. Oh, there was typing that got tucked in there. I didn't see it. They must have happened at the same time, so it got kind of hidden. Typing it is. Cage. You want the clicky-clacky keyboard or the other one? The Apple one. I assume the clicky one, but I'm gonna move the mic. Here we go. I'm gonna mute. Okay, there was our tippity tappity typing. Are we ready for the story again? This uncomfortable fish sex disease story. It's gonna be wild. Okay. Hydrate, thank you. I will hydrate again. Yes, always. Lots of hydrating. All of you should be hydrating when you see the hydrate redeems as well. Reminder. Don't ignore them because you think they're just for me. They're for me, but also for you. Okay. Water. Alright. We're about to start the first interview addendum. It's addendum 8558.5, interview number 1. Are we ready? I'm ready. Okay. The date is the 21st of August, 2025, so another 6 days, and then they have this interview. So he's been in quarantine fully on his own for about 2 weeks, it seems. I'm wondering, but I'm sure they will tell us if he's in like a separate room for this quarantine. How the interview is gonna go, but probably separated. Okay. Forward. Researcher Benedict Harrison received approval from Dr. Zacharias Hanneman to perform an interview with researcher Aaron Paulus with a goal of accurately assessing his mental state following 2 weeks in quarantine. The interview approval is currently under review by the Foundation's Ethics Committee. So they shouldn't have approved it, is what you're saying? They shouldn't have. Is it because it's like, we shouldn't have let that guy's husband see him like that or something like that? Is that what it is? Anyway, okay. Begin log. Researcher Harrison approaches the window separating Paulus's quarantine unit from the central hallway. Upon noticing Harrison, Paulus leaps from the bed and races towards the window, nearly crashing directly into it. He places a hand on the window and Harrison does the same on his side. The two stand in silence for a moment. Oh, poor guys. Paulus, hey. Harrison, hey yourself. Paulus sniffles. Harrison, since when have you been emotional? Paulus, shut up, it's the fish hormones. I missed you. Harrison, I missed you too, and I'm sorry about this. And then Paulus interrupts, raising his hand. Hey, I'm not going to let you blame yourself for this. We were both careless and accidents happen. I knew we would say that. It was kind of Harrison, but fine. Okay. And then Harrison says, yeah, but... And Paulus interrupts, hush, I forgive you. Harrison gives a weak smile. You look good, for what it's worth. Paulus smirks, flexing an arm. All for you, babe. Harrison, I'll admit I never actually expected to see you like this. Were you calling your husband chubby and not fit and sexy? What are you doing? Just because he's more muscular now? Because he's a half fish infection? Okay, Paulus says, just imagine what I can do with all this. Oh man, if I could get my hands on you. Harrison, Aaron, come on, we're being recorded. Paulus continues to flex as he speaks. He's being a coral fish. No! He flexes as he speaks. He leans in towards the window. Hell, I would do just about anything you wanted me to. And then Harrison interrupts again. Aaron, focus. I love you, but this is not a private conversation. Paulus shakes his head and averts his eyes from Harrison. He blushes and scratches at the back of his neck. He continues to scratch as he speaks. So he's doing all the scratching, especially on his neck. I'm scared for us to find out that that's where the start of the flesh falling away is going to happen, because you know that that's going to happen. Anyway, Paulus, I got carried away. I'm really sorry, Benny. Harrison narrows his eyes. What's that on your arm? Paulus, a bicep. Harrison, no, dumbass. I meant that. He motions toward what appears to be a small section of skin just above Paulus's triceps. It appears to be heavily inflamed, with some patches appearing to have begun to peel away. Paulus lowers his arm behind his back. That's not a salmon. That's like a sturgeon or a catfish. It looks like it's got little whiskers. Hi, Annie! Welcome in. We're reading a very... It's gonna be concerning. It's gonna be concerning, and it's gonna start being concerning right about now. It was a little weird, but now it's gonna be like concerning in a minute. I feel like we're getting there, right? Or maybe it'll be a little while. But it's a fish sex craziness, skin falling off. Anyway, ready to go. Just being silly. I know, Cage, and I'm being silly back. That's not a salmon. What's his name? Joel again? Yeah, it's Joel. I can see on the chat. So silly. Okay, so he's got his stuff is falling off. Ooh. It gets more severe. I'm aware, and that's why I'm like, we're gonna get there, aren't we? How soon? Trying to brace people for it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright. Paula says, I was itchy, that's all. It's no big deal. Harrison says, you can't be blasé about stuff like that, Aaron. I know you read the documentation on 8558. At the very least, try not to scratch at it. And I'm going to interrupt myself, little Raven, as he trails off there. Maybe there should be somebody medical team-wise that comes in and wraps up his injury. Because I was like, every time he's showing it off, it's just like, it hasn't changed. So have they not bandaged it? Could that maybe be affecting how it's not healing? Because I think it helps to help it. And then, like, yeah, if your skin is all itchy and you're scratching at it, add moisturizers, add fat in your diet so that the skin is more moisturized from even the inside. And then, yeah, maybe wear stuff that is tight to the skin so that you are less likely to pick at your skin. Because, please, don't make it easy for him to just let his skin come off. But, of course, they're not going to do that. They're going to kind of encourage it because they want to see that it happens. They don't want to look after a person. Doesn't matter that his husband's right there. Going to watch it. You're going to be so mean to everybody. Okay. Paula says, we don't know what actually does that to people. Oh, it will. Harrison, has anyone from the medical department seen you recently? Paulus thinks for a moment. I'm going to assume no one has seen him at all. But anyway, Paulus ... Nope, not that I can think of. Honestly, you're the first person I've actually seen properly since this all started. Harrison, what? Please tell me you've at least done blood tests or something. Paulus, since entering quarantine? No, none of that. They did that test to confirm the 85582 infection anyway. They don't need more. Yeah, that's a problem. This is a big problem. They need to be doing stuff different. This is a fucking problem. Harrison, we need to talk to them then. That has to be a mistake. Paulus taps the window. Babe, it's fine. Don't make a whole thing out of this. Yes, make a whole thing about this. Tuskegee untreated civilist study vibes. Yeah, because it's the fucking foundation. They're just... I'm gonna stop. Okay. Don't make a whole thing about this. We don't need to worry that much. Husband, you suck. You're talking with fish hormones. You don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, he says, look at me. I'm fine. Great, even. I trust that they've got what they need to make whatever cure they're planning to make, and it's not like I can do anything about it. Can we just stop talking about it? Yes, you could do something about it. Preventing your skin from falling off best you can. Harrison sighs, and Paula says, please just relax a bit. Be here with me. I can tell how tense your shoulders are. Harrison, just relax. Why haven't I thought of that? Paulus, hey. Paulus taps his chest twice and gives a thumbs up. Harrison mirrors the action and gives a small smile. I knew it was a them thing. Harrison, I know. Paulus, go do something kind for yourself, please. It'll be all right, I promise. Harrison, I'm holding you to that promise. Harrison leaves. Paulus sighs before returning to the bed and wrapping himself around the bear once again. Paulus, miss you. End log. You love each other, right? You should be saying that, especially when you're maybe probably gonna die. Oh no, this is not gonna be good. Oh, I don't like it. 2 days later, we have a vlog. I don't like this. Okay. Addendum 558.6, vlog number 4. Date August 23rd, 2025. Begin log. Paulus turns on the camera. He opens his mouth as if to speak, but begins coughing. He continues to cough for nearly a minute before eventually coughing out a small object. He holds it up to the camera as a small trickle of blood leaks from the corner of his mouth. It appears to be a molar. Paulus, that's the second today, actually. He grabs a tissue and wraps the tooth inside, then proceeds to wipe his mouth before opening it and giving the camera a view inside. He's also missing his left second bicuspid, so another tooth. Paulus, lost that other one this morning. Woke up with a shit ton of blood in my mouth and half choked to death. He grabs another tissue and spits into it. Paulus, doesn't hurt, in case anyone was wondering. Same as that gash on my leg, I don't feel a thing. Feels good to scratch at it, though. He reaches down and appears to begin scratching at something under the desk. Paulus, I know, I shouldn't. His face contorts into a grimace as he continues scratching. I don't know, it feels really good, and once I get going, it's hard to stop. Oh boy, okay. He continues scratching as his breathing grows heavy. He lets out a small groan as he does. After several minutes, he looks down and jerks his hand away from his lap. He places them atop the desk and balls them into tight fists. He avoids direct eye contact with the camera. Paulus shivers and adjusts himself. He closes his eyes and takes several deep, ragged breaths. None of it bothers me as much as this burning does. I keep scratching and scratching because there's like this fire under my skin. I'm so hot. I want to just... He wraps his arms around himself and digs his nails into his sides. Rip it off. Paulus takes another deep breath before dropping his arm to his side. He adjusts again, groaning, and paws at his crotch. Paulus, and it's a burn in every sense, too. I miss Benny, miss him bad. God, I need him right now. He turns back to the bear on the bed, which appears to slightly misshapen and slightly damp from heavy use, in italics, heavy use. Paulus, the bear helps. God, the bear helps, keeps me grounded a bit. Lets me pretend he's here, even if it's not him and won't be him. He puts his head into his hands, bouncing his leg. After a moment, he claps his hands together with a weak smile. Blood continues to trickle out the corner of his mouth. Paulus, nah, it's fine. He nods, spitting blood and another tooth onto the floor. He shakes his head and taps his chest twice. He hesitantly gives a thumbs up as his hand shakes. Paulus, because it has to be. End log. Oh, this is not gonna good. This is not gonna be good. I don't like this. Because this is interview number 2, and there's gonna be a notable difference. Addendum 8558.7, interview number 2, the next day. Date is August 26th, 2025. Or next day or a couple days later? Couple days later. Okay, so we lost 3 teeth in one short burst, so I imagine he's losing a lot right now. But anyway, forward. Researcher Benedict Harrison was granted approval to perform an interview with researcher Aaron Paulus to once again ascertain Paulus's mental health status. The interview approval is currently under review by the Foundation's Ethics Committee. Because again, the part that they are supposedly looking into, I would guess, is not whether they should have been treating this poor man this way, but whether they should have let the other man see how they are treating him poorly. Or not treating him at all, I guess. So this is great. I'm gonna be reading some fun stuff now. Okay. Begin log. Harrison approaches the window to Paulus's quarantine unit. Paulus races towards the window, pressing his face against it. His condition has notably declined. Large patches of hair have begun to fall out, and his complexion is notably paler. He flushes a deep red upon making eye contact with Harrison, though. Paulus. Hey there, handsome. Harrison. Easy, killer. What's got you all worked up? Paulus. You. I miss you. Harrison. I miss you too. Paulus reaches a hand up to the window, revealing that he is missing his left ring finger. Harrison recoils in shock. Harrison. What the fuck? Paulus. God, you look good. Have you been working out too? That shirt fits just right, hugs you in all the right places. Harrison. Aaron, you... And he's interrupted with, Paulus begins to paw at his crotch. Paulus, fuck, Benny, you don't know how much I'm missing you. When I get out of here and get my hands on you, I swear. Harrison, Aaron, will you please? Paulus continues, though, interrupting. I'm going to run my tongue over every square inch of you, and then I'm going to take those tight little pants of yours off and suck the shit out of your Harrison interrupts. Aaron! All caps, Aaron! Please, for the love of God, will you stop? Oh my God! Paulus recoils back, startled. He looks down at his hand and removes it from his lap, placing it against the window. He opens his mouth as if to speak before looking away from Harrison. Harrison says, just look. Paulus looks down at his hand. Paulus, oh, yeah. Harrison, what happened? Are you okay? Paulus shrugs. Harrison, don't just shrug at me. You're missing a fucking finger. Paulus, I mean, it doesn't hurt if that's what you're worried about. No, Harrison, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the fact that it fell off at all. Paulus breathes heavily and stares at Harrison. The two maintain eye contact for several moments. Harrison eventually sighs. Harrison, ... They say they're working on it, working on a cure, that is. I'm not allowed to know the fine details, but they promise me they're working on it. Meanwhile, I doubt anyone has visited him, done any blood tests, done anything, so, I think their promise is some bullshit. Anyway, Paulus says, did you get a haircut? It looks good. You look good. Harrison, Aaron, please be honest with me. How are you doing? Paulus sighs. It feels like every nerve in my body is on fire. It's not pain, I just feel more. Every little touch and sensation lights me up. Everything is so sensitive to the point I'm starting to almost feel sick. I want to just sit and scratch and touch, but fuck, every second I'm alone, I just miss you more and more, and scratching distracts me from it, even for just a second. He holds up his leg. The cut on his leg is visibly larger. The flesh around the wound has been partially peeled back. Harrison gags. Unredeemed rage puffs. They're always good to have. Yeah. We had a few where I've been raging little bits. Just in little bits. Okay. Harrison is gagging. Paulus. But this is what happens when I indulge. I want to dig and dig so bad. It feels good, but the more I give in, the less of me there is. Harrison. Aaron. Paulus motions as if he's about to begin scratching at the open sore on his left triceps. Harrison. Aaron, please, you're going to make it worse. Paulus takes a shuddering breath and stops. Paulus. All right. Paulus takes a deep breath and closes his eyes. He holds the breath for a moment, then releases. I'm going to hold myself together. I have to for you. That bear you gave me, it's something. It's you. It smells like you. It smells like home. With it here, I feel like you're with me. With it here, I feel like I'm waking up next to you again, even if only for a moment. So thank you. I just wish it was really you. Harrison, ... You're gonna be okay, Aaron. I'm promising you this. I'll make them finish the cure. We'll get you fixed up, and then we'll go home. I swear to God, we'll go home. It's another broken promise right there, I think. Paulus smiles and places his hand on the glass once more. Harrison meets his hand. The two stand in silence for several moments. This is what we needed before, but now they're realizing they need to be saying it, I think. Paulus, I love you. Harrison, I love you too. Harrison taps his chest twice and gives a thumbs up. Paulus hesitates for a moment before mirroring the gesture. End log. Feels like whatever it used to mean, he's not quite as committed to it right now, or not as feeling it right now. Oh God. This is gonna be bad. Those words did not need to pop out at me. Oh no. Okay. Addendum 8558.8. Vlog number 5. 2 days after that interview. It's date August 28th, 2025. Begin the vlog, and it's not good. Paulus turns on the camera. He's trembling, holding a hand over his left eye. Blood covers half of his face as he breathes heavily. After several moments, he looks at the camera and removes his hand, allowing his left eye to fall from the orbital cavity. It hangs by the ocular nerve for a moment before the nerve snaps and the eye falls to the table. Paulus, I can't do this, please. Paulus attempts to take a deep breath and hold it, but coughs while inhaling. He proceeds to cough for almost a full minute, doubling over on the desk. He spits blood as he does so. Paulus sits upright once more. He lifts his left arm and begins scratching below his triceps, then pulls his hand away. He holds his hand mid-air for several moments before scratching his arm once more. The scratching continues to intensity until the outer layer of skin has been removed and a hole has opened up. He continues to dig into the wound, panting as he does. Paulus, God, please. He moans softly as he begins to dig into the hole into his arm. His body rises and falls as he begins to thrust into the air. Paulus, Benny, ... fuck, ... end log. He's not doing good, folks. It goes bad. The next vlog doesn't have any words. So brace yourself for whatever fucked up things we're about to read. Hear this now. Okay. A day later, I think. Yeah, it's a day later. Addendum 8558.9, vlog number 6, date August 29, 2025. Forward, the following log was recorded using one of the security cameras in researcher Paulus's room. Begin log. Paulus is asleep in bed, wrapped around the stuffed bear. He begins to grind his hips against the bear. The grinding increases in intensity as time continues, and he moans. After several minutes, he wakes up. He stares at the back wall for several moments and then begins to scratch at his jaw. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. He vocalizes and moans softly as he does so. The scratching increases in intensity, and he begins to peel skin away from his face. His right hand disappears under the cover, and he begins thrusting. After several minutes, a large portion of skin and muscle tissue has been removed from his jaw. He lays flat on his back and begins to vocalize loudly as his body spasms. When he sits back up, his jaw falls away, causing his tongue to hang loosely from what was his mouth. He raises his hands to his face, grabbing around where the he jaw once was. He lets out a strangled, choking sound as he continues to grab at his face. This continues for several minutes until he presses his face into the pillow, his body heaving as he does so. End log. And now we have an incident report, and I don't think we're going to be having any more interviews. I think that was the end of his talking. Incident report. Addendum 8558.10 incident report. Date the next day, August 30th, 2025. Forward. The following was recorded at the Foundation Medical Department's pathology lab. Researcher Benedict Harrison was not granted prior approval before entering the lab. So I'm guessing Harrison is here charging in, insisting on doing something about this. Probably talking to the boss man, Hanneman, or doing something on their own. But I'm scared. Okay, begin log. Harrison enters the lab and walks over to Dr. Zacharias Hanneman. Footnote. While not a member of the Foundation Medical Department, Dr. Hanneman was given purview over SCP-8558 related research within the department due to his position as chair of the Department of Zoological Studies. So he's allowed to be there trying to add in, but he's not terribly helpful. But he is there. Harrison. Dr. Hanneman, thank God, a familiar face. I've been trying to figure out who to talk to about all of this, and no one seems to want to help me. Please, Hanneman. Harrison? What's all this about? You know you can't. And he's interrupted with, Harrison, I want to save him before there's nothing left to save. Every time I see Aaron, there's less of him. Hanneman, well, yes? To our understanding, that is how the disease progresses in humans? You knew it, and you haven't done anything. And Harrison, you should have been picking up on how Hanneman really just said, and? So, I think you're fucked. Harrison, no, you don't understand. There's less of him. His smile stopped reaching his eyes. His sense of humor is gone. All of the little things I love about him that make him who he is. Please, Dr. Hanneman, help me here. Help me save Aaron before there's no Aaron left to save. I have a theory on what would actually help, but I don't know if it would really help. Anyway, Hanneman, I'm sympathetic, I really truly am, but there are procedures. Harrison, listen, I'm really sorry for interrupting everyone's work and coming back here. I'll take whatever punishment you or whoever else feels fit to give me later. That doesn't matter. You're the research head on the SCP-85582 case, right? Hanneman, wait, how did you find that out? I mean, yes, I am, but that was supposed to be proprietary information. Harrison, I checked the SCP-8558 file's extended documentation. Obviously, with my clearance, I couldn't see most of it, but still, Hanneman interrupts. Your clearance on that file was supposed to have been revoked. Harrison furrows his brow. Pardon? Why? Hanneman, I'll need to have a conversation with Raisa, the R-A-I-S-A, and then interrupted Harrison. Why would you remove my clearance? Hanneman, you were removed from the project. Harrison, I don't understand. I was never informed of that. Hanneman, you were meant to be removed once you were identified as a potential vector of infection. Well, you weren't Hanneman, but you were on there. Harrison, but I've been conducting interviews on behalf of this project? I've had access to the videos even, and besides, weren't you... And then interrupted Hanneman says, I appreciate you assisting us with those interviews for what it's worth. We figured it would be most receptive to you speaking with it. Yeah, Hanneman has fully detached from this being a person. Regardless, why are you here? Harrison pauses and shakes his head before speaking. Harrison, sorry, just... ... I wanted to know about the status of the cure for SCP-85582. Hanneman pauses for a moment before shaking his head. He taps on his tablet for a moment, aka prepares to lie. Hanneman, current results are promising. We should have a version ready to roll out in a week for anyone who has been in contact with 85581, but otherwise asymptomatic. Harrison, and what about people who are symptomatic? So he's not lying, he's just not ready to tell you just yet. This is going to be awful. Here we go, he's going to say it. Hanneman, not a research priority, it's too far out of our scope. Harrison opens his mouth as if to speak, but appears unable to. Hanneman, please, Harrison, understand that those who have actually begun to rot are... And then he's interrupted. Already begun to rot. Well, maybe if you start to do medical shit when he first went in, you little fuckwits. But okay. We're doing this. Harrison. No, I won't listen to this. This is... You're seriously willing to just leave people to die? Hanneman, I didn't say that. Don't put words into my mouth. Harrison, you didn't need to. Hanneman, listen, I know you're upset, but... And then Harrison interrupts, beginning to pace the lab. Aaron has been in there rotting alone. You know what he told me when I first spoke with him? That even after a full week, no one from the medical department had come to do anything with him. No tests, nothing. Harrison pinches the bridge of his nose. Make it make sense to me. Help me understand this. Hanneman, you're being unreasonable. Hanneman, don't make me hurt you. Harrison, give me one goddamn reason. Hanneman straightens up. ... It was always a priority to capture all stages of infection outside of a controlled testing environment. We can't possibly develop a cure without first understanding what infection does to the human body. Did that asshole put these two husbands in there on purpose at the beginning? Did he leave to get his notepad intentionally? Oh my god. Oh my god. Harrison is silent. Hanneman. You must understand that it's for the benefit of the Foundation and humanity as a whole. For all we know, it could be like rabies after all, impossible to treat after the subject is symptomatic. By understanding, then why didn't you even try to start treating? Oh my gosh. It could be, why haven't you even tried? Why not even try? By understanding how this disease affects the human body from infection up to the cessation of biological functions, we can, and then interrupting, Harrison says, does he know that? Hanneman, pardon me? Harrison, Aaron, were you ever planning to let him know that you were just going to leave him to rot away for the benefit of the Foundation? Hanneman, and humanity. Harrison, right. Humanity. What humanity? I don't see any in this fucking room. Yeah, Harrison. Not if you think it justifies letting a man rot in a cell. Hanneman, SCP-85583 was deemed an acceptable loss for the sake of this and interrupted. Harrison raises a fist as he begins approaching Hanneman, but stops himself. Whoo! Yeah, you better. No, you shouldn't stop yourself. You should. Hanneman, if you're looking for someone to be upset with, consider a mirror. Don't act like we haven't reviewed the footage. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, Hanneman. I'm gonna kill you dead. Okay. Harrison turns to leave. He turns back towards Hanneman as he reaches the door, and he says, "You goddamn coward." Harrison slams the door. End log. Addendum 855-811, video log number 7. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to read it. I don't want to read it. I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't want it. Don't do this to me. Just give him back to his husband. Please stop making him an icky man that's rotting away. Please. He ain't got no bottom jaw. He's got holes in his skin. This is the next day again. Okay. August 31st, 2025. Begin log. Paulus turns on the camera. Oh, so he is intentionally doing this. Lovely. And angles it towards the bed. He nods before tapping his chest twice and giving a thumbs up. So he's trying to tell his husband, "Buddy, your husband does not want to see this right now. Unless they have somehow given you some medical equipment to, like, bandage yourself up. Something to put the tongue away. Maybe." Oh my gosh. There's a picture on the side, by the way, that says footage still from researcher Paulus's quarantine chamber, redacted per ethics committee order. Yeah, that's right. They have a picture on the side, but it's just a black photo with the word redacted in square brackets. Okay. Paulus lays down on bed and grips the stuffed bear tightly. He grinds against it while rubbing his face against the bear's face and neck. He licks at the bear's neck and shoulders several times, his hip motions increasing in speed as he does. Eventually he rises to his knees and lays over the bear, bracing himself over it with his hands on the bed. With his right hand, he begins tearing at the base of the bear's tail. We're having fun. He appears to have difficulty doing so. Eventually, sitting upright and working at the seam with his left hand, he forms a small hole and continues tearing away at the base. The friction peels away the skin of his right index and left pinky finger, and eventually both fall away at the joint. So he's lost his fingers getting this hole. Once a sufficiently sized hole is formed, he removes his pants and lies flush against the bear. He begins thrusting into the bear, sweating profusely and sobbing as he does. Eventually, he sits the bear in his lap and wraps his upper body around it, continuing to thrust into it and turning his back to the camera. After a half hour, his body shudders. He collapses into the bear, panting heavily as a small pool of blood begins to form beneath him. He removes the bear from his lap. He appears to reach a hand down toward his groin. He pulls it away and throws what appear to be several chunks of flesh to the floor before running to the room's sink and vomiting. He spends the remainder of the day huddled atop the bed, clutching the stuffed bear against himself and gently stroking its head. He occasionally rubs his injured groin against it involuntarily. End log. Why have you done this to me? Additional notes. Oh, wow. I don't think they have the date quite right. I'm assuming that this is a typo right here. It says additional notes on August 2nd, 2025, but since that was before anything happened, I think they mean September 2nd, 2025, which would be 2 days after this particular vlog. So I'm assuming they mean August 2nd. We're assuming. The Ethics Committee received a request to award euthanasia to researcher Aaron Paulus, citing an extreme deterioration of both his mental and physical health. I wonder who submitted that. SCP-8558 project lead Dr. Zacharias Hanneman was consulted on the matter. Following a consultation with Dr. Hanneman and review of relevant materials, the request was denied. Have to ask, what does this teach you? What does it actually teach you, guys? Just when they actually die. That's all you're learning from it, which in every other one of these things, they would normally, okay, go about it with some actual scientific, okay, but what is this going to affect it? And they would use some logic. And they aren't doing any of that. And I'm wondering if they will ever, or if they're just going to fully wait till he die. And if he never die? What if he never die? Okay. Addendum 855812, vlog number 8. The date is September 5th, 2025. Begin log. So this is Harrison. Oh, honey. This might be illegal. Whatever is about to happen might be illegal, but I won't cry. I'm actually oh no. Begin log. Harrison is seen approaching Paulus's containment. He swipes an ID badge. Footnote, the badge used by researcher Harrison was not his own and is believed to have been stolen from another member of the Department of Zoological Studies. Investigation is ongoing. So he stole it. He is doing illegal. He swipes an ID badge at the door and enters, closing and sealing the door behind him. He holds a syringe in his hand. Harrison says, "Hey, handsome." Paulus is on the bed, now having lost approximately 40% of his original biomass. When Paulus notices Harrison's entrance, he recoils and attempts to flee. I don't know how well that's going to work with how less of him is there. Harrison, hey, it's okay, I know what I'm doing. Paulus continues attempting to flee until Harrison places a hand on his shoulder, gently tracing circles on it with his thumb. Paulus appears to relax. Harrison sits Paulus in his lap and cradles him against his chest. Paulus begins to grind against him. Harrison, it's okay, you can't help it. Paulus buries his face in Harrison's chest. Harrison strokes his head. Harrison, I'm sorry, I can't keep my promise. I guess the promise that they were going to go home. Paulus meets Harrison's eyes and shakes his head. The two sit in silence for several moments. Eventually, Harrison leans down and kisses what remains of Paulus's nose. Harrison, I love you, you know that? Paulus nods, weakly tapping his chest twice and attempts to give a thumbs up. I'm guessing because it's an attempt, something has happened to his thumb. Harrison reaches down and helps erect his thumb, then mirrors the motion. Paulus buries his face into Harrison's chest once more. Harrison takes the syringe and inserts it into Paulus's shoulder. The two sit in silence for approximately 1 hour until Paulus releases a shuddering breath and goes still. Harrison places him on the bed, gently covering him with the sheet. He lays down beside Paulus's corpse and inserts the syringe into his own shoulder. End log. Additional notes. Both bodies were removed from the chamber and underwent autopsy. Following autopsy, they were stored in Cold Storage Warehouse 003 and Cold Storage Warehouse 005, respectively. Fuck you, you can't even let them be together when they're dead. He's fine. I'm fine. So step one that they probably should have done if they were really doing this for proper scientific reasonings, these cunts, is get somebody else, maybe required because it's for spawning. Maybe it would matter if it was gendered, but maybe not. Get somebody else infected with it, and then let them go. Theoretically, when the fish peoples are both infected with the stuff, everything that they lose, they recover after the mating. That could have been how to save him. That could have also been a way for the scientific team to realize what goes to fix that. It's a pretty fucked up thing, and would be a hell of a thing to describe for an SCP article, but this was also a hell of a thing to describe too, to be fair. Okay. NURIAKEA, come here. Come here. It's fine. Come here. Come here. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Well, that was that, and we're gonna be done with that. We're gonna put that away. We're gonna put that away. No more of that. Oh, I really want to just cry now, like properly turn stream off and have a good sob. We've got reading to do. Well, they were off the viewer list like 10 minutes into the story. Oh, I'm sure they do that, but still. For if mayhaps they watch it back another time. Hey Fett, remember how I asked you about your recommended story? If it is anywhere near what that story just did, we ain't doing this. We ain't doing this right now. So you better update me immediately whether I should be reading it right now or not. You better update me immediately. With that said, it is our break to do triggers and whatever. Okay. I'll be fine. I will breathe. I will be fine. Water. We gave the hunk a bad rep, but at least he only redeems ASMR triggers and runs and not a whole 2-hour stories. I mean that's a pretty fair jab at NURIAKEA. But hey, NURIAKEA could be splitting attention to different places and watches them back after the fact, or doesn't even come here too much to watch, but just wanted to be a person to be able to gift us recommendations of SCPs that are well written. And as much as that hurt me, the fact that it hurt me does say that it was well authored. So, you know, I mean, can you imagine telling somebody that you caught me crying to the one where the guy is infected with the fish people disease that makes his flesh fall off and make him real horny? I cried to that? That's a hell of a thing. That's a hell of a thing I just did. Wow. Okay. Wow. I see no response from Fett, so I really hope that we are safe as I'm about to read this one. Well, you started early because I'm totally not late. Hey, you're not. You're never late. Did you literally show up just because Cage mentioned you? Are you summoned by speaking your name? It is an extraordinary tale by all metrics. Yep. Extraordinary is a pretty good word for that. Oh, yeah, popcorns. Okay. So I kind of want to have a note next to that SCP, but what do you write next to that? I think I'll just do fish? Fish doodle? Okay. Um, do we have any triggers we want to redeem? Do we want to give Raven a minute? Do we, oh, yachts. Do we want to jump into the next story? Do we want to go cherry picking for a very specific kind of story that's not gonna make me sad? Or rage puff? Or whatever? Because I don't know what I want to do. I'm very feeling it. I read that story with bread on my head. Wow. Okay. We do have a recommendation from Fet, which isn't terribly common. It's not SCP, but it was suggested still in spooky vein, and so I figure I'll include it, even though it's not really an SCP. And then then I will. What? I don't know. I'm losing it. My brain is like, well, it's bread for one, but I don't know where we're going with this. Are we ready to jump into this? I don't know. I haven't gotten any clear from Fet that it's gonna be okay. But I'm gonna assume. Okay. Yeah, we'll read the next one. If nobody has any triggers, nobody has redeemed anything. Hello? Hello? Adjusting mic. There. Okay. Well, I'll find it. Oh, actually, I'll run a short ad and then, we will do tippy tappies. Okay. And then we will be reading Fet's story unless Fet tells us at the last second to not. But yeah, we'll do the tappies. I'm gonna run the ad first. It'll be a 1-minute ad real quick. I'm sorry, but better now than in the middle of the story when I'm not paying attention. Am I right? So here we go. Here's the ad. Now we're gonna get this on. No. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Fine. It's close enough. Okay. I did mention it just a bit ago, so I might as well pull it up. A bit ago, 2 hours ago or something. But I have the candle. It's a good scent. Alright. Come on, ad, be done already. I don't want to play you any more than they want to see you, so move it. Get out of here. 3, 2, 1. And they're back, or thereabouts. Okay, so here is Glass Jar Tappy Tappies. Here we go. go with the tappy taps. All done. And Herbert's second request of the night. They love you, man. Herbert cult. Yeah. The cult of the perverts. Herbert's perverts. Probably. Right? I have thankfully managed to keep him away from the Blue Sky account for a bit, but I'm nervous. Yeah, we'll just say Herbert. Well, come on, Herbert. Let's go. Stop. Okay, go back, Herbert. Okay. Herbert cult, are you pleased? Before Fat Story, please look at the picture for SCP-8005 and say hello. He will bring you joy again. Aww, okay. We'll go look at 8005. If this is a trick, I will hate you, do. You might have to lose your sword if this is a trick. I need the happy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I feel. What are you? Specialized clockwork mannequin. He's a little guy. An automaton constructed by the Foundation for Project Eurodivy. Eurovity. I don't know. He's only 30 centimeters and a half tall, but very dense for his size. Oh, sapient sentient speech capabilities. And called Hammy. Aww. Primary directive: to touch a hamburger. His thing is not to eat it, just to touch the hamburger. Oh my gosh. You're so cute. Thank you. Aww. Boop. How long are you? Maybe that's where we should have done stuff. I know. Is that on my list? It might be on my list. I don't know if it's on my list. Are you on my list, Hammy? What was the other one I had said that I have to? 6968. Let's add these. And which is 8005. They have been listed. It is on the list. Where did you go on the list? There you are. Yeah! Oh my gosh, I just seen it. Dude, that was the one that I was looking at earlier that I was preparing, and the one just before that was one we were gonna maybe do today. I was gonna have Hammy at the ready, but there's like an attached game to Hammy, it looked like. So I was like, oh, we're gonna have to make Hammy his own stream or something. Maybe a short stream, but his own stream. Because he's just cool. There is. Yeah! Oh my gosh. I'm excited. Okay, we'll put that away. Go away. Okay. Thank you. Hammy gets the full 4 hours. You know what? Yeah. Oh, am I crying again? That was a mistouch of the buttons. But yeah. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do Fet's suggestion. If we're ready. Am I ready? I don't know. I get the feeling this is going to be something that feels very much like a spooky movie. The little pieces that I've seen. There is a part 1 and a part 2, and they have little chapters, and it's kind of long, and... Oh! As I finish the intro, it says, I'm gonna pour a drink first, so feel free to do the same. And I'm like, you know what, maybe I will. Maybe I will. Because I have some. And I could probably do things. So you know what? I just put you on an ad. If I'd known that I was gonna get up, I would have saved the ad for right now. But I think I'm gonna do the take a couple minutes, get drink, settle in. Is anybody opposed to it? We're losing viewers. We're hemorrhaging down to just a handful. So I might as well be boring now rather than later. So if anybody sees that the viewers go way up, tell them I promise it's gonna be good. We're just taking a quick break because I'm gonna do a BRB. We're gonna do it. Okay. Bamp. Deal. Okay. You get your snacks or your drinks if you want them. Let's get ready. Okay. All right. It'll be like 5 minutes. Okay. Beep, beep, beep. Okay, I'm back. I'm here. How long was I? I didn't time it. But I'm back. Okay, I has my drink. Cool. Ooh. Now. Is it raining? Okay. Alright. Yeah. Okay. Oh, shush, do. Should I call you Dad Joke Do? Because that's kind of the vibe. You've been doing those. All right. Welcome, boys and squirrels. Just following the dad joke vibes. Welcome, welcome. We're going to begin now on A Hunter's Feast, part 1 of 2. And it says at the top that there's a full experience with a fancy narration from The Dark Somnium, which sounds cool. It's not going to be as good as me because I'm just the one person. If they've got a whole group, because it says, as always, the entire cast did excellent work. And I mean, The Dark Somnium, that's not likely a single, like, that's, wow. So, that sounds cool. I want to do radio plays. That would be fun. Anyway, I mean, you do know how a dad joke becomes a dad joke. You take it farther and farther until it's fully grown. Well, you did it. Good job. Anyway, we jump in. It says the intro for the first chapter of part 1. And here we go. Every 4th Thursday in November. Can you guess where this theme came from? I probably should have read it a few months ago, but whatever. It says, families across the country gather together in celebration of the love and appreciation they feel for one another. Okay. I can't handle it. It's very good dad joke. I need to focus. Okay. They come together. They appreciate each other. Blah, blah, blah. This, of course, takes place over a delicious Thanksgiving feast of turkey, yams, dressings, and pies. Yes, Fat, it's your story. Look at you. Hee hee. Okay. At least that's the Hallmark definition, but most of us just show up for the food. Nowadays, we purchase our turkeys and hams from the grocery store, but not so long ago, men ventured into the woods to put food on their tables and pelts on their backs. Can we just say peoples? Anyway, they plowed their fields by day and their women by night. All without expressing any form of emotion, for that was considered the ultimate sign of weakness. No, that's still a thing now. Anyway, in fact, there are some who continue to honor these traditions even now. Yeah, we know that. Like my family, whoever this is. Oh boy. Oh no, not me or mine. No, my wife and I don't take stock in all that old world crap. Neither do my brother and sister, for that matter. I'm referring to the people we came from. Our parents and grandparents. ... I know you're thinking, if they're that terrible, I should just cut them off. But it's not that simple. If it was a matter of money principle, I would have moved to the other side of the country long before reaching this point. But it's so much more than that. There's really no way to explain it except to start at the beginning. You'll get the wrong idea if I reveal my family's Thanksgiving tradition without context. And then there's a ... that has asterisks beside it, which makes me feel very ominous. Anyway, but I must warn you, this is a long one. If you decide to stick around, you better get comfortable. I know I'm gonna pour a drink first, so feel free to do the same. And I has. Wow, you sound really bad. You were supposed to sound like glass. But you're full of drink, so you don't. Okay. And we have part 1. Here we go. Yes, very, My name is Avery Hunter, but this story actually begins with my several greats over grandfather, Hank, a poor man who was forced to settle in an even poorer community while his wife gave birth to their second child. It was 1721, and times were hard in this particular slice of Ohio. Oh, it always happens in Ohio. If you had food in your belly, it was a blessed day. Well, it wasn't actually Ohio yet, but we're not here for that kind of history lesson. Yeah, we get it. Now, one thing to understand, the event we know as the first Thanksgiving took place in October 1621. Yep, October. Which is why Canada does it then. But it wasn't an actual holiday yet. That wouldn't come until much later. The fact that Pappy Hunter's story takes place in November is merely a coincidence. All through the summer, food had grown more and more scarce, and now that the first snow had fallen, they were trapped until spring. Hank tried to rally the other men for a final hunt before it was too cold to survive a night outdoors, but no one would help. When the time came, he departed alone with a small pack, a full canteen, a large knife, and a rifle he could fire only once. Before he even began, his body was so weak, so frail, that every step was like a kick to his very soul. Yet an entire community was depending on him. And at that moment, with that realization, he resented them all very much. What did he owe them anyway? If he did happen to make a kill, was he really going to steal food from the mouths of his hungry children just to feed those who lied on their backsides while he risked his life? No! With every stumble and twist of his ankle, he became more and more certain that he would be doing no such thing. With the land's resources long exhausted, he knew it would be an arduous hike before finding any game. But what choice did he have? His wife and sons would perish if he failed. He marched through the slushy snow, his toes already numb as moisture seeped through his worn boots. Finally, as he neared the incline's peak, he laid flat on his belly and crawled the last several feet so as not to risk startling anything that might be grazing on the other side. With the sun already setting, he knew this was his last chance for a kill. He would soon be forced to make a fire before the darkness resigned him to a cold death. However, as he looked over the rise, it wasn't a deer or boar he saw, but another man. Yeah, I kind of saw this coming. Whenever it's we're really hungry and it's so cold and I'm so frail, but we're so hungry. Yeah. Oh, I've got bits and pieces of old histories that I don't care to get into right now, but, yep, it happens. Okay, Hank. He sees another man. A man who is just starting to make camp himself. At first, Hank felt a twinge of disappointment. If there had been any game around, that man surely scared it away. Then he looked a little closer and was overcome by a wave of jealousy. The stranger had a heavy winter coat, fine boots, and a large pack that appeared to be full of supplies. He also had the makings for a fire ready to burn. Without fully understanding why, Hank remained hidden with his belly pressed to the cold ground and continued watching. Hi, Rana. Remember how I say no cannibalism? This story seems to be spouting a different belief. Anyway. Yeah, I think that's where we're going anyway. Okay. The temptation of warmth was almost too much to resist, but then the stranger removed a loaf of bread from his bag. Bread. An audible growl escaped Hank's stomach. Hello. We're doing okay. Good luck joining us on this particular story. If anyone so much as puts a fork in my direction, I'm a boxwood. No eating the frog. Thank you. It's just that this story says it. I should have put this up, by the way. The spooky story trigger warning there. Yeah. I still say no cannibalism in Emerald Lake. Thank you very much. But this story is about 1721 Ohio. It's not Emerald Lake. So, okay, here we go. Okay, the bread in his stomach growled, and he decided it should be him sitting down there with that warm coat and bread. Besides, travelers disappeared all the time, especially lone travelers, ... He had two choices. take the man out with his rifle, or wait a little longer and slit his throat under the cover of darkness. If he chose his rifle and missed, he would have to rush the man without knowing what weapons he carried. Yet if he waited, there might not be any food left. That settled it for him. He needed that food to make the trip home. Before he knew it, the rifle was in front of him, taking aim. And then he squeezed the trigger with a loud bang in bold. A spray of blood painted the tree behind the stranger and his body fell to the ground. But a loud, anguished groan let Hank know that his work wasn't finished. He raced down the hill, horrified to see the man was actually beginning to rise. Now closer he could see the large canyon carved across the top of the stranger's head. Oh, the top of his head, but it's still getting up. Oof. And the fragile bone beneath. Without hesitation, Hank slammed the butt of his rifle down onto the man's fractured skull with a loud thwack in bold, and his body dropped back to the moss-covered earth. Overcome with relief, Frank fell next to the deceased traveler, completely spent from his final dash down the slope. Then, remembering the bread, he sat up quickly, eyes darting around the fire in search of his prize. He found it lying in the dirt, but barely paused to dust it off before consuming the remainder in 3 large bites. After draining his canteen, he saw another leaning against the tree, next to a large pack, and brought them closer to the fire. Oh, I don't like that there's a second pack. Hank, you probably should have waited. I don't think he was alone. Okay. Gonna be more moida. Overcome with relief, large pack, he began untying the bag's pull string, but paused before peering inside. If it contained more food, his family would live a little longer. If not, well, at least he would have the energy and resources to make it home for a proper goodbye. Perhaps he would even find the strength to give his wife and children proper burials before joining them in the afterlife. So we're insisting that we're not gonna eat the people? I think you are going to eat the people. Stop pretending. Dunk. Oops. Okay, sorry. Finally, with a deep breath, he pulled the string loose, but stopped short of looking inside when he was suddenly interrupted by a high-pitched, almost scratchy voice. I wouldn't do that if I were you, he spoke directly next to Hank's ear, who instinctively jumped to his feet, simultaneously drawing his knife. The pack fell inches from the flames, but he hardly took notice. So it almost hit the fire, but oof, we didn't even see. The voice had been that of an old man, but where did he come from, and where was he now? His eyes scanned the area, but there was nothing. When he later recounted this story to his children, he recalled thinking it was the traveler's angry spirit returning for vengeance. As in, he's already back with his kids, or that's just a fact later that he thought for a second it was that? Oh, yeah, he just thought that for a second. Okay, well, this is going to be fun. But then he heard him again, and this time the old man snapped his fingers before speaking. Down here, Hunter. Hank shifted his gaze downward to see a frail, elderly man wearing a hooded cloak. The newcomer was no more than 4 foot tall, yet his bare feet were much larger than Hank's own. Did you meet a hobbit in the woods? What the hell? Okay. What? Okay. His feet were much larger than Hank's own, and his jagged yellow toenails made their disproportionate size all the more unsettling. Was he your son, then? Hank gestured to the corpse between them. Ha! Hell no! Get it? He snickered. Hell? Because I'm an imp? Oh, you're an imp. My summer house is in hell, you know. Get it? Summer? Hot? Ha! I slay myself. I hope I've got my face right. I put it on for you, you know. Humans tend to get skittish otherwise. What do you mean your face was off, Imp Man? The little man hopped around the campfire like a hyperactive child as he spoke, and the flames shot high into the air. I was thinking, when you're 4 foot tall, you're some kind of little people, but are you like the indigenous fairy little people, or are you just a little person? Or are you just small because you're very old? Shrinkage and all. Anyway, no, was none of these things, and was not a hobbit. Lovely. Okay, Imp Man jumping around, being weird. Flames shot high into the air, illuminating his disfigured face. His grotesquely overgrown brow sat atop 2 bulbous eyes and a lumpy, crooked nose. His cheeks sagged with heavy wrinkles. Little chaos. Look at her. Sagged with heavy wrinkles, and loose flesh hung from his chin and jawline as a result. When you say loose flesh, that sounds like ripped off flesh. I think they mean skin, right? As a result of the heavy wrinkles. Anyway, even in his heightened state of distress, Hank was in awe that a man of such years could be so nimble. You're mad is what you are. I am sorry for your companion, but there is nothing I will not do to save my family, including murder. Hank's grip on the knife tightened as he prepared to lunge, but the old man suddenly vanished into thin air with an audible poof. I'm disappointed that onomatopoeia did not get the bold treatment that the other ones did, but fine. Okay, and the flames instantly returned to those of a dying fire. Consumed by a mixture of fear and disbelief, Hank turned circles in search of the old man, but he was alone once again. Or perhaps it is I who is mad, he muttered to himself. Hello, Devod. Brace yourself for some weird story. Hee. Oh, don't be so hard on yourself, Hunter. After all, you did just commit your first murder. You're a natural, though. You can trust me on that. Aha! This time the voice was coming from above him, and Hank looked up to see the wild little man sitting on a branch, swinging his stubby legs over the edge of with giddy delight. Gritty delight. No gritty. Okay, but how? How did you? Hank started, but was abruptly cut short. So I guess the little man interrupts. Well, that's what I was trying to explain when you so rudely interrupted me with your nefarious intentions. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Ha ha ha! You should be grateful. It's not every century that I grace a mortal with my company, let alone my aid. So what do you say, Hunter? Care to try again? What are you talking about? The old man peered down, and his eyes glowed with an internal fire. Why do you call me Hunter? It is neither my name nor my occupation. Sorry, buddy, weren't you here to be hunting? Isn't that what you was here for? I love the tone. Does he not feel very much like that? I don't know. I'm glad you enjoy it. Did you listen to the narration? Do they do it differently? Okay. Where were we? Wait, it's not my occupation. Aha. Okay. Then maybe my brain. I will win still. You'll listen to them though, and maybe you won't think I'm better at all. Okay. Things said that they liked them a lot. I don't know. He's very confused. The old man vanished with another poof. Give that some bold under it. Come on. Respect the poof. Just like the other onomatopoeias. And reappeared sitting on a log opposite the fire. Only now he was smoking a pipe. Silly Hunter, but it should be both. For that is exactly what you are. It's in your blood. Sit, hear what I have to say. He gestured towards an adjacent log, which hadn't been there moments before, and Hank sat without comment. Good, yes, First, introductions. I am called Nod, and you are Hank. Soon you will be Hank the Hunter. Your father was a hunter, was he not? And that's what your brothers are, yes? Why do you deny your birthright? Why settle into such a poor community? Nod paused as if expecting an actual answer. What do you... I mean, 1721, different way of lives and the stuffs, but like, what do you mean? How is he not a hunter? And also, why are you saying that he settled into a poor community? Is that part of the hunting? Are you saying that he's not a hunter because he's in the wrong place to be a hunter? I don't know what's going to frick on. Okay. Hank began to speak, but was silenced before he could utter a sound. I knew he would do that. So he waited for an answer, just so that he could interrupt you. So then he responded, no, shush now. Questions later. It's always the same woman. Some woman, sorry. Same woman. I was like, the same thing. Lust is a bitch, ain't it? Yes, take the pretty girl out west. Start a new life. Rarely goes according to plan, though. Your appearance shows that you've learned that one the hard way. I bet you'd like to go back in time, aye? Wind back the clock, as it were, You're an asshole. You're a silly little asshole, though, so I'll respect it. Here, Nod paused again. Hank only stared in confused silence, but when the little man still did not continue, he finally spoke up. I do not know if you implore simple trickery to deceive the eye of man, or if a devil has granted you the powers of a witch, but I'll not lose my soul to any creature bearing a snake's tongue. Begone, foul! This time Hank is cut off by the imp's loudest roar of laughter yet. Yeah, I mean, that is the proper response to puritanical bullshit. Snake? Powers of a witch? The devil? This is an imp. He did refer to hell, but like, I don't think he gives a fuck, dude. He's literally told you he has a summer house in hell. He doesn't care. Okay. And so he's laughing. The hideous old man rocks back and forth with delight. And when he leaned closer to the fire, Hank could almost see a different face behind the one he wore. Ew. Sometimes it appeared as if he possessed only a handful of yellow, crooked teeth. But other times there were 2 full rows of fangs dripping blood down his chin. Ew. After several minutes, Nod finally collected himself. Well, too bad. Time is beyond my control, but perhaps I can offer you... Did you just keep on your own monologue and not even pay attention to his bit? Because the last thing Nod said was, you want to wind back the clock? And then he goes up with, too bad, time is beyond your control. Nod, why ask questions when you're not even listening to answers? Oh my god, okay, fine. But perhaps I can offer you something even better. Yes, even better, and it won't cost your soul either. Cross my heart. Get it? I don't have a heart. But we're talking about souls. Black, disgusting, slimy little things. Nope, I've never had a use for them. I mean, there are demons who'd be willing to trade for it. But no. Then I would have to make a special trip to hell. It would be a whole thing. No, I'd rather deal directly with you. It's like a self-high-five, though, sitting up a joke and laughing at your own punchline. Really, he's having a time, this little man. And he keeps doing that, where he's like, cross my heart. Get it? Because I don't have a heart. No one knows what you are, sir. They don't know you don't have a heart. Why would they laugh yet? Glad you're telling us that you don't have one, because I would be absolutely out of the loop. But still, he cracks himself up. He really does. And good for him. Like I said, he's an asshole, but he's a silly one. And I respect it. Okay. I also really like his little... I don't want your soul. No. I don't want to use... I mean, there are demons who would trade... But no! I wouldn't want to do that. It would be a whole other trip to hell. It would be a whole thing. Nah. That's so cute. We know you want a soul. Just a little bit. But what else are you going to take in exchange? What are you going to do? Okay. based on our storyteller in the intro saying that this was a whole tradition for a while that even his grandparents and parents did, maybe it's like you have to kill every year to prevent something bad from happening. Maybe that's what it'll be. Anyway, okay. The old man clapped his hands and the flames shot high into the air, illuminating the area around them, but only for an instant. Though they immediately turned to normal, Hank once again caught a glimpse of something inhuman, something with long, curved horns. He's a imp. He's already expressed that he is not the human. Okay. Now, down to business. You need the dead man's pack to contain food. You would be mighty disappointed to find nothing but a change of clothes and a tin cup, wouldn't you? Well, what if I told you that I could make it so that it was filled with bread, grains, potatoes, apples, and corn? Eh? Doesn't that sound nice? No, wait. There's more. Ha 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 ha. You're wishing there was meat. But tell me, Hunter, what of all that meat lying just behind you? Are you just going to let it spoil? Yeah, I knew we would get to the cannibalism. You're vile. I would never. How dare? Hank began, disgusted by the suggestion. Don't even pretend. Don't even pretend. Come on. Okay. In response, Nod interrupting. Okay. Sheesh. Men who reek of your bloodlust are usually more fun. I can see you're the exception to the rule. Fair enough. Probably best to show a guy like you, huh? Or sorry, I'm making it my own. Probably best to just show a guy like you, In the time it took Hank to blink, Nod disappeared and reappeared directly in front of his face. The old man was now some otherworldly creature, an imp from hell, in an old man's suit. Its skin was covered with lumpy wrinkles. Its long horns curved outwards. Its giant ears were pointed and its eyeballs were yellow with red irises. Nod's hands shot out, and he stuck two long stick-thin fingers into the center of Hank's forehead. Ooh. Transporting him to another place in time. Suddenly, it was 1 week later. He was sitting down to a family dinner because they still had meat and grain. The children's cheeks were plump and rosy, and his wife's smile had finally returned. They were happy. Next, time rushed forward, and he saw himself months later in the spring. They were leaving their home for greener pastures. He saw an entire lifetime of success and happiness inside of a big house with his wife and their many children, each of them healthy and thriving. It's all a lie. Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Then he was suddenly ripped away from them and thrust back into the cold, harsh reality of the moment. He opened his eyes to see Nod's face, just inches from his own. The imp had reverted back into the deformed old man, but his inhumanly wide, snaggle-toothed grin was almost as terrifying as his true form. Hank yelled and fell backwards from his log, prompting another outburst of laughter from Nod. Ha-ha! See? You see now, don't you? Yes, I can give you all of it. Hurry! Up! Get up! Time's a-wasting and this deal needs making. Ha! Just sign the dotted line and leave this miserable place behind. Nod began hopping foot to foot again. Again? Was he just hopping like that before? God, he's weird. I love it. As Hank stood and patted the dirt from his clothes with shaking hands. You said it wouldn't cost my soul, but what exactly is your price? The suspicion in his tone was clear. Oh, don't think of it as a price, per se. Think of it as negotiating the terms of a partnership, an eternal one that will be passed along to your descendants long after you leave this world. Don't you want your grandchildren to enjoy the same prosperity as you? You could guarantee their happiness for as long as they are willing to maintain your side of the deal. That sounds like a pretty fair arrangement, wouldn't you say? Nod raised one eyebrow, and his entire overgrown forehead moved with it. Ew. Got cheese, and now need some bread for a grilled cheese. And you're eyeing my bread on my noggin? Don't make me hurt you, little goose. You ain't taking my brain. Okay. Nods. Trying to get Hank to do the deal. It depends upon the terms. The ones you have yet to define. Oh my gosh, I forgot to do those. Sorry, Divide, I still haven't done those. Let's sit up, posture check. Get some water. Get some booze. Hee 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 hee. We poured ourselves a drink for a reason, eh? Come on. And then let's do a little stretch. Okay. Ooh, okay, a little back crack. That's good. Okay. Thank you, D-Bod. I'm sorry I didn't do that yet. Now I has, and I'll refund one of them just because you deserve a little bit of points for how I delayed. Boop. Okay. Wants them to be good. You said it wouldn't cost my soul, but what exactly is your price? His eyebrows gone up. It depends upon the terms. The ones you have yet to define. Hank struggled to keep his voice steady. Fine. Picture it. You are a new man venturing to a new land. You become the founder of a community that blooms into a thriving township and ultimately becomes Huntersville. As the contract holder, your direct descendants and their spouses shall enjoy all the same benefits as yourself. This includes, but is not limited to, immunity to random acts of violence in nature, i.e. you and yours won't have to worry about things like outlaws or plagues. Think of it as being imbibed with a surplus of good luck. Are you saying we can simply do whatever we wish without suffering any consequences? We'll be immortal? Hank's words were barely a whisper. What? No! No, in bold. The imp was insulted by such a vast misinterpretation. Were you even listening? Oh, why are the strong ones always so dumb? He just called you a himbo. He called you a himbo. Okay. Fine. Let me try an example. If you're in a saloon, minding your own business, and pistols are drawn, you won't ever catch a stray bullet. On the other hand, if you were to challenge someone to a duel, well, anything could happen. Nod searched Hank's face for any sign of understanding. Oh, I see. The way that this was written, Nod's next line is very fitting. I think Nod is. I'm on board. You know me and my Faye and the other buddies. I've probably met somebody related to Nod, but my God, who is this man? He says, no offense, but I'm not sure that you do. Maybe you should repeat that back just to be safe. Nod narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Do you understand? Really? Okay. Hank's response. Perhaps you should define my side of the bargain before it is rendered moot. Hank narrowed his eyes in return. Nod has a similar response that I just did, sorry. You win. You're a bit of a nag, aren't you? Well, first, there's the immediate trade. After all, you'll be going home with bags full of goodies by the time we stuff your own with all that meat. Oh, don't look at me like that. It'll be the best thing you've ever tasted. You'll want it every day. Don't say it like that. No, that's not good. Okay. I guess you could have it every day, but I have to advise against it. You're no good to me with your neck stretched. Oh, what? What are you implying, little Nod? What world do you come from? What kind of cannibalism theories do you have? 'Cause are you saying what I think you're saying with stretched out neck? That he would be executed for all the murdering. Oh, 'cause I'm like, there are things that once you eat too much human meat, you become. So I'm like, what are you talking about? Not? Okay. Oh, he means, yeah, you'll get your neck stretched, you'll be hanged. Okay, fine. Hank tries to respond. I assure you that will not be a problem. Perhaps we could, and then Nod interrupts. Nod continued as if Hank hadn't spoken. We can fry some up as soon as the deal is signed, and you'll see. Mark my words, you'll see. See in bold. Constantly interrupting. Constantly. And then the one time he has a chance to actually talk without interruption and lots of time, he's like, oh, I see. Do you, Hank? Oh, I love it. Okay, so he says, mark my words, you'll see. Taste. Yes, you'll taste it. All right, plain and simple, here it is. Every November, you're gonna bag a human for us, and we'll split the spoils. I only want the parts you wouldn't eat anyway. Just treat it exactly as you would a deer, and I'll collect the rest. I do it myself, but there are rules about these sorts of things. Whose rules? Hank is now canonically a himbo, so... Yes. Okay, whose rules? Hank is trying to get some fucking answers out of this little dude. Again, Nod proceeds as if Hank hasn't spoken. We'll do this first one together. It will give us a chance to bond. You'll also set a place for me at the opposite end of the dinner table each year. You won't see me, but I'll be there. No, the rest of the terms, of course. You want the catch. The stick, the screw. That wasn't the catch, Hank exclaimed. He just seems like he's having the best time with it. If he's constantly interrupting, having his giggles, he's got to be the highest energy little fuckwit out there. Is this not accurate? I hope that the way that they read it in their thing is something like that. If you're interrupting this much, you gotta be running 3,000 miles a minute. Okay, and he's salesman. That's not saying the things. That's definitely a fast talker, right? Even though it's 1721, right? Thank you, Fat. I'm feeling it. I'm embodying the character. Like I said, I've probably met some people related to him, but... Ooh! Hello, board. Lork away. Enjoy the insanity. I'm not gonna try and summarize. You'll get the gist. We're still near the start. Okay. The stick, the screw. That wasn't the catch, Hank exclaimed. Eventually, you will grow old. Much older than you would have without me, mind you. And the time will come to renew our contract. This requires a very specific type of ritual. Instead of hunting a stranger, you will be hunted by your heir, and then consumed by myself and your family. Thus, the cycle will repeat until broken by a hunter. So, how about it? What'd you think? I need to re-look it over on the VOD when my attention is not divided. Yes. Well, enjoy it at a later date then, Cage. And if this is Cage listening it at a later date now, future, hello, you should go get a snack. Okay, there you go. All right. Okay. So he's just said, when you get really old, you'll have to renew the contract. One of your family will have to kill you, and then that year will be like we eat you instead of a stranger. And then it will continue until it's broken by a hunter, which I get the feeling that we need to double check on what happens when it's broken. What happens when the cycle is broken? Because I feel like that's relevant for our main narrator buddy, because he seems to be breaking the cycle. Anyway, okay. That's later problem. That's not right now. Who years. This is Hank the Himbo, after all. Hank the Himbo Hunter. Hank the Himbo Hunter hasn't hunted in a while. Okay. Hank the Himbo Hungry Hunter hasn't hunted in a while. That's even better. I'm liking my alliteration there. Okay. So how about it? Hank responds. I want to do that voice so bad right now, but I will fail it. I can hear it, Bored. I will fail it, and I'm too embarrassed to try right now. But I am certain that it is the best thing. Bored gets all the points. Bored wins. Everyone hug Bored. Everyone clap. if we were playing D&D, you would get like 5 inspiration. Yay, head pats. There you go. Okay, I try to focus. Hank the Himbo Hunter, who's hungry and hasn't hunted in a while, responds with, I have questions. I'll bet you do, Nod snickered. Are you saying that I would have to condemn my entire family to a life of cannibalism? And that they would eventually be forced to eat me as well? Oh, come on now, don't be so dramatic. I'm offering blanket protection over every snot ball you shoot into your wife. I'm afraid that this VOD might have to be gold starred and tucked somewhere away. Even though it definitely will not be wanted on YouTube. They'll be like, you should not be posting this. And I'll be like, too bad, it was gold. What? Oh my goodness. Oh, come on now. Don't be so dramatic. I'm offering blanket protection over every snot ball you shoot into your wife. The least they can do is share a meal with me once a year. Any descendant who doesn't consume a portion of the main course will forfeit their rights to those graces permanently. Why are we ending with such a laugh? I think the way he said permanently, I think it means the second you stop doing it, you die? I'm a little worried for our narrator boy. Anyway. Yet, so long as they follow this rule, all of my descendants will retain this protection forever? I think we're going to need more examples for this one. Let's say 2 sons grow up to have families of their own. Both sets of grandchildren would fall under my protection so long as you remain the contract holder. But when the contract is passed along, only one in bold, can inherit. Ooh, okay, so he has to pick which kid gets to have the protection later on. So there's no cousins at family Thanksgiving with this family. It's all children of the top. You can't have your brother over when you're the contract holder. That sucks. You need to be more inclusive of the rest of your family. Damn it. Come on, Nod. Be better. Hold on. I am going to do a big cough. Sometimes when I giggle too much, I need to. Okay. All right. Only one can inherit. Their direct descendants will become my new hunters. The others will be cut loose to live their lives as most humans must. Oh, I've lost his fun. Sorry, hold on. Only one can inherit. Their direct descendants will become new hunters. The others will be cut loose to live their lives as most humans must. So, okay, they don't die. Good, good. This will hold true regardless of how many offspring you would ultimately produce. So it's not like a 1 per 3 kids option. Okay. I see. And what if I ended my own life instead of forcing my son to hunt me like an animal? Hank felt certain that he could not accept these terms, yet he was compelled to continue the conversation anyway. Because you were going to be cannibal either way. Don't pretend, buddy. If Ip Man is here, it's for a reason, my dude. We all know. My frickin' throat. Okay. Where was I? Hank felt certain, but he couldn't do it anyway. He kept continuing. Yeah, whatever. The contract would be null and void. Your final hunt and those of your descendants after you will otherwise be entirely at your discretion. Have it next year or when you're 70 for all I care. Just make sure it happens in November. Bring 1 heir or 10. It makes no difference. I will, however, offer a bit of advice. You may be tempted to skip a proper hunt. Perhaps you would prefer to simply bend your neck and pass the torch. But I wouldn't do that if I were you. Malicious grin spread across Nod's face. What the hell does that mean? I supposed that would void my contract as well? No, not at all. Well, not that specifically. This event may be your final hunt, but it will be their first hunt. You need an heir strong enough to not only hold their own resolve over the years to come, but the families as well. A leader! Not all children are born to be leaders. This I promise you. The hunt is like a test. It will allow you to die in peace, knowing the family remains in safe hands. Plus, you'll still have your soul, You'll be reborn before you know it, probably as another hunter. So you see, this contract has the potential to benefit you for lifetimes. Hank sat in silent contemplation, and for the first time since he arrived, Nod also refrained from speaking. Who'd have thunk? He shut up? Really? Wow, okay. I think I'm going to take a moment to sip my drink then. There's silence. Cool. Oh, I know what might help. In a flash of movement, Nod reappeared before Hank. Little jump scare fucker. And pressed his long pointed fingers into his forehead yet again. Oh no. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna cough. The frogs are getting excited and jumping in my throat. Get out of there, frogs. Okay. So this time, he was only transported a few minutes into the future. After declining the imp's offer, he felt a great sense of relief when the creature vanished from sight and slept until dawn. On his journey home, he failed to encounter a single living creature, and his wife wailed with grief at the knowledge her baby would soon be dead. Suddenly, it was 2 days later, and with no lumber for a coffin, he was forced to bury his children in old rags. Oh, no. Jeez, my throat. His wife died 4 days later, and her funeral, if you can even call it that, was much the same. Only Hank no longer had the strength to dig a proper grave, and by morning the vultures had her. He thought of trying to catch one, but by then he didn't want to survive. Enough, no more, I'll do it. Hank slapped Nod's hand away with a defeated whimper. The visions left him shaking and dripping sweat. The cold night air would have been too much if not for his new coat. I told you his visions are lies. It's not set. It's not for sure what would happen. It's just what he wants you to see, I think. He said, I know what will help. I don't know if it's real. I'm gonna cough. Something is not getting better. Okay. Excellent. I knew you had it in you. Now let's get this silly paperwork out of the way so we can have some real fun. I'm telling you, Hunter, you are not gonna believe what you've been missing. And I don't cook for just anyone, you know. With a snap of his twig-like fingers, a scroll appeared in Nod's hands. When he allowed it to unroll, it fell to the ground and didn't stop until the end was several feet past where Hank stood. That's a lot of fine print. 1 second. Here we go. Nod re-rolls the contract until the end sits directly at Hank's feet. Specifically, you can't read it. Rude. Just let a few drops of your human juice fall onto the dotted line and it's a done deal. What the fuck is human juice? What the fuck is the human juice? I know, but because it's said that way, sir, could it have been any juice made from human? And I'm concerned. Anyway, okay, moving on. Hank lifted the parchment and leaned into the firelight. He's a little bit smarter than I thought. The paper was completely filled with a tiny cursive script. There were no paragraphs or margins, just a wall of text. He desperately wished to read its contents in full, but seeing it now, he realized that wasn't an option regardless of any time constraint. So, there was no way to read that ever. His hesitation lasted only a moment, before remembering the sight of his wife and children lying dead in his arms. With the parchment in his left hand, he drew his hunting knife with the right and made a small cut in the fleshy pad of his thumb. Then he pressed it to the bottom line. I don't know why when people do that, they use the front of their hand. You gotta do stuff with your hand. That's gonna get in the way. And how you bandage it is always so annoying. Shouldn't you be going for something like maybe the back or maybe even the, like, just above the wrist at the back side of it? Like, if you could still, oh my gosh, I just think you could pick a better spot than something that's gonna get in the way. Cut somewhere like forearm. Yeah. Back forearm. Above the wrist. Where you can wrap it, but it's still close to use your other hand to hold down so when you're tying a bandage, if you're alone, you can make it work. Ugh. All the shows where they cut into their hand right in the middle, like, ow! And it's gonna be in the way of stuff. You can't grip for shit. You can't wash your hands very easy. It's gonna be so gross and annoying, and it's gonna probably get infected. Raven rambles. Okay. Where were we? He cut into his thumb. Then he pressed it to the bottom line. Also giving away your fingerprint? Damn. If you really need to stick a thumbprint or whatever on it, you can just wipe it from wherever. Yeah, exactly. He seems to be giving his thumbprint in it for whatever reason too, but did we know that we needed to do that? No. The moment it lifted from the parchment, the entire contract disappeared with another snap of Nod's fingers, and the fire roared with new life, illuminating the entire area as if it were morning. Now for the fun part. Again, the imp disappeared only to reappear over the dead man's body. He then spent the next several hours teaching Hank exactly how he wished his offerings to be handled. You better learn good, and you better teach the next kid very good. When they were finally finished, the sun was rising, and Hank had more food than he could carry. The traveler's pack was filled with the goodies promised by the imp, and his own was too small to hold all the meat he spent so long wrapping. Where the wrapping paper came from, he did not know or care. It was such a small detail in the grand scheme. Ultimately, he fashioned a makeshift sack from an old shirt for the rest. Then, after a few final words over the most delicious breakfast of Hank's life, Nod gave him a long rope and disappeared. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. I don't like that. Why are you giving him a long rope? But what's this for? He called out to the empty air. A hunter should always carry a good rope. Ha 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 ha! Nod's voice echoed all around him, but there was no sign of the little imp. It was only a few hours later when Hank happened upon a goat. I imagine it was something like he's very frail, hasn't eaten much meat but some in the breakfast, and he's moving along and he's tired because he's carrying a lot of stuff, and then it's just like, gah. Hello, goat. Okay. Yeah, I can't kill you right now. I've got everything. There's too much. Okay, come here. You're going on a rope. Okay. Happened on a goat and tied the rope around its neck. They made the long journey home together. Fearing desperate neighbors may be watching for his return, he tied the goat to a tree and stashed his gear in a nearby trunk well before reaching the tree line. When he stumbled out of the forest, it was shirtless and shoeless. As he expected, every man in their community, the very ones who were too weak to accompany him just the previous morning, were suddenly strong enough to surround him in the darkness. Yep. Assholes. Torches were soon lit, and the disappointment was apparent on every face. Hank said he was robbed, that he barely made it back alive. He shivered as he spoke, and his skin was losing color at a rapid pace. His neighbors hung their heads in shame and dispersed with little more said. They don't even try and warm him up with some huddle together. Gosh, mean team. They were gonna take whatever by force. Yeah, definitely. Oh, assholes. Hey, do you think maybe his smarts of hiding the stuff was him, or his good fortune that the imp gave him, or maybe if they had tried to fight him, because he didn't go into that intentionally, you know what? He was just minding his business, right? So you would think it's like him minding his business in the saloon example. Do you think they all would have failed? I wonder. Anyway, hello, Darkstorm, and okay, while I'm off topic, bored. Unga bunga. Unga bunga. Silly little dude. Okay, fine. We're almost done this, and then we can do a proper trigger break. They dispersed with little more said. His wife cried tears of joy to learn the truth, and she was quick to agree with the imp's contract. So he told her that's good right away. The relief Hank felt at her words was every bit as satisfying as the delicious breakfast he had only that morning. After allowing enough time for the neighbors to be fast asleep, he returned to the forest for his bounty. By some miracle, the goat remained completely silent on their return walk. I guess that's your good luck. And they were able to stretch their supply through winter. On the first day of spring, Hank ventured to each neighbor's home to confirm there were no other survivors. Being on their last 2 days of food themselves, he took a measure of comfort in knowing he truly could not have saved the others. He wasn't sure how they were going to survive out in the open without horses to pull their wagon. The whole situation felt hopeless. He began to fear Nod had betrayed him after all. Then, just as they were about to leave, most of their possessions behind, I broke that sentence up. Just as they were about to leave most of their possessions behind, the couple suddenly heard the hoofbeats of many approaching horses, and they were pulling wagons. Upon seeing the small family, the travel-worn group came to a stop, and the hunters instantly knew the imp's vision had been true. With all the potential dangers ahead, they were more than happy to loan Hank the horses for his wagon, and with the help of a few volunteers, they were quickly back on their way. Along the way, Hank not only proved himself to be an excellent hunter and tracker, but compassionate, intelligent, and brave. All the qualities they sought in a leader. It was also thanks to him that the wagon train avoided a deadly ambush, and discovered the land that they would ultimately call Huntersville, which is where our family still resides. And that's the end of part 1, so we'll take a break, and I will click part 2. It's at the ready. There's that settlement start Nod mentioned. Yeah, he did. I love that it's still named the same thing that Nod said. I thought that it was a dumb name. And it's exactly what they chose to do. Oh, wow. Okay, so the first part is part 1, and then this part 2 seems to have a part 3 right after it, and then a conclusion. So lots of little pieces. Here we go. Here we have our little break. Hunter's Feast. Paused. Hey, we didn't say Hank was particularly clever / creative. Hey, Nod was the one that said Huntersville first. Don't blame Hank. Blame Nod. There we go. Okay, I have sips. And Hank was the one that didn't have any other better ideas. True. Nor any of the other hunters, I guess. It's true. I think I should have been more suspicious of them calling him intelligent. Maybe no one was more intelligent than Hank was. That was really the point. Have you gotten around to checking out my story I sent you? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hold on. What? I'm clicking things. Oh, they're being slow. Ooh, there it's 6968. Yay! Thank you for that. Intelligent by comparison. Yeah. You mean... Oh, yeah. Okay, so no, I have not. I did warn you that if we're doing a book, that's gonna be a long time reading one thing. So it's gonna be a while, and we've got a lot of stuff. To be fair, I've still got, as I scroll way back, I've still got the Umbrella Conspiracy novel and Canterville Ghost, recommended by Dumda and Bratty. I've got the big chunks of stuff that I've ignored for the most part. I have not gone back yet for spooky books because there's just a bajillion SCPs, and now that I've put all of the stories in here, I kind of have gotten lost to things. I did say that books would be a lot. I took note. I have not looked at it or planned for it as of yet. To be fair, I was thinking about prepping for holiday season how I was away, and then planning for a D&D stream and anniversary, and there's gonna be a lot to do first. It's fair to remind me, but maybe a while later than now, maybe like April. But not right now, cause you know I do forget things, but it's not quite that yet. We got other stuff in the front burner. Yeah. Okay. Do we have any redeems? Also, I'm gonna check in. Has anybody that's been watching visually, like not just listening, been picking up on any lagging? I'm looking at my bit rate, and it's still wobbly as hell, but it's staying higher. It looks like it's not dipping low, but the bit rate little graph is big spikies. I'm looking every time I'm looking at OBS that it's staying around its proper place in the 5K-ish range. So maybe that this is like a zoomed in version of the bit rate compared to previously. I don't know. Not lagging for you. Okay. Well, I'm very glad that so far so good. There's still things where I'm like, you're getting very, very slight choppiness. Oh, okay. So it's kind of there. It's just not much. All right. I'm just glad it's not big anymore. And there are hopefully more things that will be micro lag, if you will. Okay. There are hopefully more things that will get fixed up to make it better soon. But I don't has that lined up just yet. So maybe my next week, like this is our last stream before the few days break. We'll be back on the 12th, just for 2 days, 12th and 13th. And so maybe they'll be better by then, or maybe they won't be. We'll see. Didn't even notice till you asked. Well, I'm glad I asked for the little details of it. If I thought that it was all perfect now, maybe I wouldn't do the next step thing. So I'm glad I'm still going to do that. But yeah. Freaking wild. Okay. There have been no redeems. I am taking it as an opportunity to just chat quickly, have sips, and then get back to story. And I do not mind that one bit. I need to schedule. Now that I'm going to do proper schedules and postings, it's kind of weird because, like, you know me, I'm not always great at keeping to what I plan. But I need to plan. I had ideas for, like, a strictly ASMR stream, a strictly just chatty stream, a strictly read. I don't know if I'll do that because I like having a bit of a break. It's a good idea. Wooden figurines. Yeah, I like the little figurine guy. Here's a good tappy. We can do these. Okay. Well, that's how you spell that, bud. I don't think that is either. But maybe. Okay, we're going to do some tappies. ASMR Frau Gaming stream. No, never. Stop with the cannibalism. In Emerald Lake. In this story, I understand. But not in my house. Come here. Okay, here are the thingies. Thank you for the upset. Fet. It's proper. Okay. Here we go. Oh, the honk. That is better. That would probably be fun sounds. Aw. That is so much more wholesome. So wholesome I had to get distracted and stop doing tappies. You really are turning a new leaf and becoming less violent. Damn it, I was supposed to do a thing. I forgot. I'll do it immediately. I lied by frog. Damn it! Never mind, I won't do the thing I said I was gonna do. There we go, there was our tappies. Yes, the Frau was well fight back. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Let me adjust without making big sounds. No, you will not eat vet. What the hell are you doing? My God. If there is any bird you're eating, insert dirty joke about mask. I still ship it just a little bit. No, not Starling. Jeez. Mask isn't here to yell at me for implying it, so okay. I did the wind figurines. We should do sniffs. Out of reach a little bit. Okay, there. Okay, here we go. There was our sniffs. Alright. That was a good joke. Late Christmas joke was very good. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad we are free from her curse. She's been poked back away now. Alright. Are we ready for more story? Are we ready? Boop. We are ready. We're going. Alright. Time for part 2. Caffeinated. Hydrated. Boozinated. Okay. Which, if you didn't know, is a reference because at the part 1 it had an intro that says, I'm gonna pour myself a drink, so why don't you? And I was like, you know what? So we did. Here we go. They again said to check out the narration, but we're jumping in. Part 2. Well, that was longer than I expected, and we're not even at the halfway point. But to be fair, I did warn you to get comfortable. I tell you what, let's refill our drinks and stretch our legs, shall we? Great, meet me back here in 5 or maybe 10 minutes later. Okay, is everyone back now? Splendid. We had our little break. It wasn't 10 minutes, but we had our little break. I do not need to refill my drink. I ain't drinking that much, my dude. I'm too busy talking. Okay, is everyone back now? Splendid. So let's jump to the 70s. Which 70s, buddy? We started out in 1721. You're gonna need to be more specific. So I can tell you a little bit about my dad. Okay, 1970s? Before we get to my childhood. I also want to clarify, I don't mean to speak of good fortune and prosperity in a way that misleads anyone about our wealth. Again, no souls were sold. We aren't the 1% richy rich kind of rich. Not even close. Financially speaking, we're considered upper class, but we don't own mansions, yachts, or have car collections. We also have actual jobs and careers that earn money. It doesn't just come from nowhere. Okay, sorry, just wanted to make sure that was abundantly clear. Hey, having money at all. When the middle class has disappeared, that's doing pretty good. Okay, anyway, back to the story. The next thing to understand is that there's a big difference between Pappy Hank and the hunters who came after him. You see, he knew what it was to starve, to live with the awful knowledge that any meal might be their last. But his children and theirs and so on, They never knew this fear. They misunderstood their good fortune and full bellies as right, not a privilege. And each generation became a little more entitled, selfish, and cold. In the early 1900s, there were cases of siblings killing one another for the chance to hunt their father. Ew. In order to prevent this, a rule was made that anyone who harmed a fellow hunter would automatically forfeit their claim to the contract. But that didn't completely solve the problem. As you can probably guess, my family history is filled with tragedy and deceit on all sides. Well, I imagine your mother's side isn't quite related. They're probably just perfectly fine people that had no idea what any of this was about. Okay, anyway. Tragedy on all sides, especially where that imp is concerned. It will come as no surprise to learn he left out a few key details. I wouldn't think anything else. Not that it would have made a difference. What else was Hank supposed to do? Watch his family starve while knowing he could have prevented it? Imagine marrying into this family. This is literally what some, no, there is one, okay, my mic is wobbling every time I do any movement. I'm gonna mute and fix it. Don't know why my model was freaking out, but now I'm bonking the mic. It's not making any really difference. Okay, imagine marrying into this family. There is movies based on this kind of idea. They're not doing quite the same thing, but what is the one? The one that's the hide and seek game was that it's when you marry in, you have to play a game to join the family. And the little box tells you which game you play, and if it's any other game, it's fine, but you have to finish the little board game or whatever. But if it says hide and seek, it's hide and seek to the death, which is wild. That was a heck of one. Oh my gosh. And it was also that their family would get prosperity. That was a weird one. Selfish. Families are concerned. He left things out. Okay, you see, luck is a complicated thing. Our universe relies heavily upon balance. Where there is great evil, there must also be great good. To have an upper class, we must also have a lower class. This concept can be found in one form or another in every culture across the world. And the same principle applies here. When someone experiences an excess of good fortune, there must also be an excess of misfortune. For example, have you ever noticed that you might win $500 on a slot machine one week, but then your transmission may go out the next? This process repeats so much through our lifetimes that we don't even consider the events related. But if you were to make a list of all the good luck you've had and compare it to a list of all the bad, most of you would have a fairly balanced list. Yes, obviously, there are exceptions to this rule, much like myself, but this will be true for an overwhelming majority. At the end of the day, our universe prefers balance, so unless some unnatural force has the power to thwart that preference, you can be damn sure the universe is getting what she wants. I don't know what that little dude is, but okay, board. Hello, welcome in. It's going good. Get settled. Universe is getting what she wants. That's where we're at. Nod said that anyone who does not participate in his yearly feast would no longer fall under his protection. Yet, he failed to clarify this meant the universe would immediately begin collecting debts. When there was a change of contract holders, the newly excluded family members would begin to experience stretches of horrible luck. Everything from accidents to financial ruin or worse. But the worst tragedies befell those who left voluntarily. ... There haven't been many over the years. Most of us are too frightened to quit. The first time it happened was in 1889 when 18-year-old Maria Hunter secretly eloped. She and her parents were at odds over the man she wished to wed, so she simply ran away. The young couple were married in the spring, and by fall she was with child. Before Thanksgiving became an official holiday, the family would perform the ritual during the first week of November, but as the years passed, traditions evolved. It became more practical to simply fake a vacation every Thanksgiving. It's almost like the two were meant to coincide. ... So, as November drew near, her family begged her to return home for the holiday, even if only for the day. Regardless of their hatred towards their son-in-law, they very much wished to ensure that Maria and her baby remained under Nod's protection. Unfortunately, when she revealed the family's secret to her husband, he was appalled. He reacted how most people would and forbade her from further contact. His fear of being an outcast was the only thing which prevented him from contacting the authorities. Maria's parents worried for her quality of life, but not her very safety. In fact, some tell the story as if they were planning an extra special, in quotes, Thanksgiving for the following year. I don't know what that means. Maybe they meant like passing it down to Maria to protect her? I don't know. It was too late for Maria, but if they could be rid of her husband, her child might still benefit from the protection she forfeited. Oh, that's what they were going to do. Don't forget, the mortality rate for infants in general was still quite high in those days, and for mothers connected. Sadly, the situation was far worse than they anticipated. During the first week of December, Maria lost her life in a house fire along with that of her husband and unborn child. Newspapers wrote of a stray spark from the fireplace and called it a tragic turn of fate. If they only knew. The story was much the same for any hunter who forfeited their rights, though not all lost their lives. Some only wished they had. Those who were excluded due to contract transfers, however, got off a little easier. It seems as if the excess bad luck is distributed amongst the group rather than focused on a single individual. Okay, that was a longer detour than I expected, but I think you're finally ready to hear about my father. Just a few basics before we dive into my own childhood for context. Dad was born 1 minute after his twin sister Diane. She was a very impressive woman. Grandpa took them hunting as children, and she was a natural. Her tracking skills in particular were unmatched. But thus far, only men had been allowed to participate in the final hunt, so it was always assumed that Dad would automatically inherit the contract. We love a lady that wants to break a glass ceiling, though, over here, so Diane's gonna try against that, isn't she? I wish she would have, but we're talking about Dad, and that's not looking good. Then Grandpa announced that 2013 would be the year of his final hunt, and Diane was allowed to compete. Dad was furious. I was pretty young at that time, but I remember his being furious and not understanding why. Then, after a few days, he apologized and made amends with his sister. They agreed that no matter who won, they would always support the other. To this day, we aren't sure if his plan was always to drug Diane the night before the hunt or if it was just a last-minute decision, but I would put my money on the former. Since it was only the two of them, Dad was able to wake up and kill Grandpa with none the wiser. By the time Diane regained consciousness, the deal was done. Shortly after, she was involved in a car crash that killed her husband. She also broke her arm and became addicted to pain pills. It took her 3 years to get clean and win back custody of her children. Obviously, she never spoke to Dad again. We aren't even sure what state she lives in or how she's been doing since. Mom only learned that much because she was the one who paid Diane's lawyers. I should also clarify, though, an extra seat was prepared for the imp each year. No one had ever seen him except for the contract holders. Ooh, so you do see them. Okay. And even then, it was only the one time. Most of our family's history has been passed down through journals, but these meetings are largely glossed over as if the authors were too distraught to recall the encounters in great detail. Yeah, you probably would have just killed. Yeah, okay. Since my siblings and I were still minors at the time of Grandpa's final hunt, we were simply told that he suffered a stroke. Children aren't trusted with the truth until their 18th birthdays ever since a close call in 1897, when my brother found out, he became a completely different person. He suddenly didn't want to go hunting anymore, and he distanced himself from not only his friends, but me as well. He was normally a funny guy, outgoing guy, but then he began spending all of his time locked in his room. Then I learned everything 2 years later and did the same thing to our sister, Wendy. It's hard to act normal when you have this incredibly huge, dark secret that would change everything the other person believed to be true, especially when you know they're going to be blindsided by later anyway. I'll never forget a single detail of that night. I still dream about it sometimes. We had a family dinner at my favorite restaurant and then drove out to the hunting lodge for a weekend of hiking and fishing. After everyone went to bed on that first night, Dad called me into his study, gave me a beer, and told me everything, including the details about Grandpa's death. It took 6 hours to track him and another half hour to end his life. The man fought back every step of the way. Dad's first approach was too noisy and earned him a rubber bullet to the shoulder. He stressed how important it was that the hunt had to be real, bold, real, for the sake of future generations. How the contract holder was responsible for the family first and himself last. You should probably know my father was also a major hypocrite, but we'll be covering that in greater detail shortly. On his second approach, he aimed for a headshot, hoping to ensure Grandpa wouldn't suffer. A wave of both relief and guilt washed over him as the body dropped to the ground, and he mistakenly believed the hard part was finished. Unfortunately, it wasn't until he actually approached the body that he understood the gravity of what he had done and what he must do next. There was nothing recognizable left of the face he knew so well, yet that's all he could see as he went to work. He had helped Grandpa process every Thanksgiving kill since his 21st birthday, but even his first time wasn't nearly as difficult as having to do it to the man that raised him, even if he was an asshole. Dad cried through most of it, arranging Grandpa's organs in the just so way Nod preferred. Was every bit as difficult as the actual butchering, but he did it for us, his children and future grandchildren, because that was the responsibility he agreed to carry. Definitely trauma-inducing, yeah. Oh, every step of this is a ton of trauma, and that I think that whole balance thing, this is part of that. You're doing these awful things, and then you're getting these nice things in return. That's kind of part of your balance. But anyway, okay. Because that's the responsibility he agreed to carry. He already knew it would be Josh or I to succeed him. Wendy is the kindest, gentlest person I know. She couldn't even shoot a deer without sobbing uncontrollably, and she didn't speak to us for 3 months after learning the big secret. I also learned what Nod said to Dad on the day he signed the contract. If there's one thing the imp can't stand, it's a cheater, according to him. It was Diane who inherited the true hunter's spirit. As far as he was concerned, Dad was a cheap imitation. But rules were rules, his hands were tied. Well, for the most part, ... I get this feeling that Diane's going to be trying to reinsert herself or her kids into the competition. I was thinking about it as soon as she didn't die in the accident, because it was just her and Dad in the challenge, and I guess the kids too. So I was like, hey, that's kind of hitting one family pretty hard all at once, whereas way back in 1721 he had a bunch of kids, and so one kid won and 7 or however many got to split that bad luck over across all of them. Okay, so that's what I'm thinking. I think she's gonna try and get herself back in. Nod placed one pointed finger against Dad's stomach and said, "Be sure to visit your physician regularly," before vanishing with a long, cackling laugh. Classic Nod. Dad said it felt like something was actually passing through the imp's finger and into his gut. Something foul, in quotes, and it terrified him. From that day forward, he received regular checkups every 6 months, but until this past year, the worst news he ever received was high blood pressure and a few stomach ulcers caused by excessive stress. Mom theorized that Nod did nothing more than plant a suggestion, one that would cause Dad to punish himself worse than the imp ever could. I think that that's pretty good, especially if he's got excessive stress, he's got this trauma, he wasn't built properly for the hunter spirit stuff, right? Like that. I think it would make sense that he is making it out in his own head, and so he would be hurting himself in his head like that. I think Mom's probably right. Also, can I just say, all the rules of the men take the thing on for forever. I wonder if other times Nod had seen that the hunter spirit went to a woman, but it went to a man instead. I wonder if Nod's like, what is with these sexist people? Because he said, at least in 2013, that should have gone to the girl. So, again, he's an asshole, but there's bits about him I respect too much to not be on board with Nod's ridiculousness. Okay. Okay. But Dad knew better. Somehow every test missed the cancer spreading through his body until it was too late. Oh, yeah, that happens. Tests/doctors giving the wrong tests, whatever. At just 50 years old, he was given less than a year to live if he began treatment immediately. It was June when he received the news. That meant we only had 5 months to prepare for his final hunt. So, our brother, Wendy, we only had 5 months to prepare for this. A hunt that should have been another 20 years away. We are by far the youngest hunters to participate in a contract transfer yet. Yikes. Get Diane in there, stat! But then it's part 3. So do we want to have a little mini break? I'm going to have some drinks of all of the drinks I have. Let's get water. Okay. You want a snack? I want a snack. I have Oreos for after stream. Oh, that's good. I like that. I like Oreos. I don't want them right now. By the time I finish stream, I'm usually like super hungry. So maybe I should probably have something else and the Oreos. But I will have food after. You know, popcorn snacks. I'm actually eating popcorn right now, though. Don't make me sad. I have not had popcorn in a while. I've not had home popcorn in a while. The last popcorn I had, I think, was movie popcorn, and I like movies a lot. I should do another movie. It's hard to pretend because of the hoofs, you know. You gotta make sure it's a carpeted theater. Gotta be making sure that there's lots of people, that nobody's looking at the feet, so not a kids movies going on where kiddos seeing the feet, because they're not feet, they be hoof lady. Anyway, but I should try for another movie soon. That'd be nice. I want movie popcorn. Why are you being sus, Lohunk? You know who I am. It's them that don't know who I am. Okay, part 3. So that finally brings us to the reason we're all here. To chronicle. It's not feet. But fine, okay. Yeah, they're deer feet. And breathe. Do I need to bonk this mic? Do I need to roll up a newspaper. Okay. So that finally brings us to the reason we're all here. Get them deer shoes. We've talked about shoes being a problem. I think they're not. There's problems with that. Partially because of where my joints is. Okay, so anatomy. You know where a human ankle is? That joint on various creatures like deer and myself and so on, that's like higher than just the last little bit that touches the ground, because it's kind of like you're on your tiptoes if you're a people's. I'm not a deer. I'm a deer lady. I'm something in between, my guys. I'm a person that got deerified to a degree, but I am not deer. I'm deer lady. I'm deer woman. I'm hoof lady. I feel like I maybe I should change my description to hoof lady, which is one of the names for my type. Because then it just clarifies it's not that I am a deer, it's that I have hoof and antlers. You got a master's in deer? I got a master's in deer. No. Hoof. Anyway, the point is that because of the thing, if people were looking at how my feet move, it would be weird. It's kind of like I have to have extremely long skirt and nobody sees or notices, and then I can click around because, like, oh, she be wearing high heels, it's fine. Or I guess I could try and like figure out high heels around the hoof, but those are uncomfortable for people feet. Are you kidding? It's gonna be awkward. It's best to just have really long, but it's a lot. People still be looking, and if you're going in the wrong place, the wind be unhelpful. Don't need that. Not helpful. Okay. We are reading part 3. We're getting to the part where our narrator, is fighting the siblings to kill the dad. Yay! Kill the dad before the cancer can. What a time. Okay, so that finally brings us to the reason we're all here to chronicle my father's final hunt. First off, there were a couple of issues that might not be immediately apparent. It's hard to see past the whole murdering our father thing, I know. I apologize. Race against the cancer, yeah. But see, that's why I had to tell you the whole story from the beginning. If I had led with this part, you would have ran off before I could explain. Now, am I right or am I right? Ha, I know I'm right. You sound like Nod, sir. You sound like Nod. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They probably just think they're adorable, too. I mean, just Aw, Andy, that's so sweet. That would be nice. But also, I don't live too far from people knowing fully what hoof lady, deer lady is, and those peoples would tell on me. They'd be like, that's a bad guy murderer. I mean, murder's bad guy, but still. And then it would become a whole thing about, well, the same thing that people, I may be adorable, but I'm a bad guy murderer. And then maybe people would start comparing me to a certain vigilante type person that may have gotten a lot of attention quite recently, who did some things of, yeah. I don't need that attention, and I don't need that jail or that SCP locking up. So we're not gonna do that. I don't want to be an SCP, my guys, please. Okay. The narrator is sounding a lot like Nod there for a second, and I'm nervous. Bad guy murderer. It's almost exactly how I described you on stream, except I said, I-R-C, a spirit who preys on predators. Yeah, that's it. Preying on predators. Yeah. What I heard is, chat, wanna help me hide everybody? More like, chat, make sure there's no McDonald rats involved this time. No. reference. No, okay. We're gonna focus, yeah? The only rats we like are Vi's rats. Let's put it that way. No. No, I'm not claiming any of that, please. We're gonna move on. I've got a little bit of a theory in my head that we've seen the kid slightly infused with Nod's tendencies, impish ways. Here we go. Anywho, remember the whole bad luck dispersal theory? We would normally all have families of our own before the final hunt. Hell, maybe some grandkids, but Josh just got engaged to a man, and they don't even want kids. Wendy is still in college, for fuck's sake. I've been married less than a year, and our daughter is barely 6 months old. What exactly was supposed to happen to the losers? We were all terrified. Oh, yeah, that is very true. Well, at least you have 2 of you. Imagine if there was... Or, there are 3 kids total. Imagine if there was only 2 of you. God, there's only 2 of them. For this, that one person would be... I'm dying. I have to die. That's the only way this goes, right? Oh my gosh. Okay. They're all terrified. Not to mention, Wendy had never even been on a Thanksgiving hunt. Oh shit. So she hasn't done this at all. And now she was expected to participate in killing our own father? Yikes. Josh had only been on 3, and last year was my first. It's nothing like you expect it to be, even when it's a stranger. Jeez. It's 3 of them, but no descendants past that. Yeah. So only... Oh, no, 1 descendant. We have a daughter that's 6 months old. Teeny tiny baby. So, yikes. Okay, wow. All right. For those, we travel to a different state each year, and we have special IDs and vehicles for the occasion. We have to evolve with the times, after all. Then we clean and process the kill. Yeah, it's getting a lot more complicated to hide this, I bet. It's about time to kill it because, like, Nod's gotta know. It's a lot harder to pull this off, dude. You're gonna have to up the, Look, it's the 3 kiddos. It's the 3 children come to fight the stuff. Hi, Frigid. Cage, I should have known that you were split tonight. Hi. Thanks for giving the shout out to Cage. Thank you, Cage, for your raid. Now, go to bed. No, you're not late, Frigid. No, you're not. Settle in. We're in part 3 of this story about cannibalism, Frigid. I know Lahonk's been here. I know Cage has kind of been here. Not really. Not fully, maybe. Yeah, this is where we at. You were listening, weren't you? You had reactions to my verbal. How were you listening while I need to bug you about how you do that. I could never pull it off. I've been here the whole time, Frigid. I take my duties seriously. Yes. Yeah, you take your duties too seriously. You can look after yourself, friend. Please. Please. Okay. Oh my god, Raven, focus. Wait. Wait a minute, I was like, yes, I'm really split attention streaming at the same time. I was cannibal once I ate a clown, but the meat tasted funny. No. Stop, Brendan. I can't do any of this with you lot. I'm going to try and focus. I'm going to try. So, Wendy's never done this. They use different vehicles and IDs. Nod's gotta know that this is more difficult. He's gotta up the stakes. He's gotta make it easier on this, because it's really not a fair bargain. But maybe that's why he did it as early as he did. Maybe he was aware of time and how things change. I don't know. Okay. Then we clean and process the kill, wrap it up like any other meat, throw it in the cooler, and head to the lodge, where all of our Thanksgiving dinners are held. It's also where all of our final hunts are carried out. We own over 100, mostly, undeveloped acres, and it's surrounded by hundreds more on every side. A large chain-link fence topped with barbed wire surrounds the property to ensure our privacy, but that wasn't installed until the 90s. Each generation continues to build upon what began as a small cabin on a single plot of land. That cabin has now become a 2-story home complete with an attic and basement. We used to need a generator for electricity, but now we use solar panels, and a well supplies our water. I had a city friend in college who thought that meant we had one of those round stone wells outside, and we would go fetch a bucket of water whenever we needed it. So, for the record, we got running water inside just like all of you. The only difference is that it doesn't come from the city. An electric pump sends it to our pipes from the well. Now, that does mean it would need a generator if power went out, and if it gets really cold, it might freeze up. But that's not exactly a common occurrence when you have solar panels. Our real homes are the same way. Why pay for utilities when you can supply them yourself? Whoa, sorry. I should stay on point. Who got timed out for what? Oh, you vanished yourself. Stop doing that, hunk. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. All your messages will. Stop doing that. Crazy little dude. Okay, what was I doing? Sorry, I should say on point. I think the whiskey is getting to me. Oh, buddy's doing whiskey. No wonder he had to refill. He only was doing sips of whiskey. I have a wine. Okay. As I was saying, none of us were feeling very good about this hunt. Okay, eat frigid. Someone tuck him in. Okay. No one was feeling good about this hunt, especially Dad. It was hard to ignore Nod's message, or warning rather, behind it. I honestly don't know if any of us would have tried to hurt the others. Fear makes you do some crazy things, especially when you have your family to think about. Josh, Wendy, Dad, and I arrived at the lodge on November 20th, which was a Monday. The plan was to spend a little time together before the actual hunt. I think each of us were anxious to both get it over with and put it off at the same time. Yeah. Dad's health had declined significantly in the 5 short months since his diagnosis. He was always in so much pain. We knew he was ready to go, but that didn't make the task ahead any easier. Then there's what happened the night before. Oh no. As I've said, Wendy had made her feelings abundantly clear, and she planned to abstain from the hunt. Meanwhile, Josh has always been the typical bigger, tougher older brother. We kind of just assumed that he would be the one to do the deed. Is Wendy gonna do a flipperoo? The way you phrase that. Anyway. My participation was mostly to keep Dad happy so he would go easier on Josh. He was kind of a close-minded prick when it came to my brother's sexual orientation, but Josh was his golden boy until he brought home a Michael instead of a Michelle. I knew Dad would come around eventually, so I played along in the interim just to relieve some of the pressure. Only he got sick before that could happen, and now my brother was being fueled with a different kind of motivation. Yeah. Get the homophobe. Get him. Okay. It's not surprising at all that Wendy wanted us to call the whole thing off. Think about it. The smartest thing we could possibly do is refuse to participate. We're young. The bad luck would be split between us, Mom, Kaylee, Abby. Oh, Josh, maybe you and Michael could elope before December 1st. You selfish little bitch, Josh jumped to his feet, instantly furious. I wouldn't put him at risk to save your pathetic life. Okay, mean to your sister. She just is trying. But okay. Okay, hold on. Let's calm down for a second. I went to stand between them, and Josh returned to his seat. Wow, and you just called me selfish. I'm trying to keep us all alive, but I guess you would have a problem with it since you're the one who's gonna be safe anyway. Wendy glared at him like he had already taken the shot. That's not true. Dad would probably shoot me on sight and wait for the straight son. You both know I'm right. There is a spiteful tone in his voice that stung like only the truth can. Yeah. Well, the last dad that was going out used rubber bullets instead of real ones. That would be better, right? Oh, I don't know. Oh my gosh. I don't know if they followed that rule. Okay. He would have come around, man. I wish I could have said it with more confidence, but the words were more hollow than ever now. You don't know that. Fine, have your wedding later. All the more reason to end the ritual now, once and for all. At the rate technology is advancing, how much longer do you think we'll be able to get away with this? Do you want the world to find out our entire family is a bunch of cannibals? I never heard Wendy argue with such conviction. She was determined to make us see it her way. I don't know if I could really pull the trigger anyway. I'll go along with whatever you two decide. It was the most honest thing I could have said. I've never been a leader, and I just couldn't imagine doing this year after year. Thank you. See, Josh, Avery gets it. Just think about having to commit murder year after year for the rest of your life. Think of all the hard work it is to maintain separate identities and travel around the country just so you and Michael can be a little safer than the rest of us. Wendy utilized her big, wide eyes and saddest voice, but Josh wasn't ready to quit just yet. And how do you expect Dad to handle this news? Do you think there's a line that a stubborn old bastard won't cross if it's for the good of his legacy? Yeah, he's a stubborn bastard, but what's he really gonna do, especially if we stick together? Wendy's conviction only grew. She had clearly been thinking about this for some time. You mean besides torture us into compliance? He's only left you alone because he had us, and now he still has Avery, but he wouldn't just sit back and let it all end, Wendy. Okay, fine then, we won't say anything. You two can just do a really bad job at hunting him. You're such a child. He can barely move. Do you really expect him to believe we couldn't find his sick ass? Josh rubbed at his temples in an attempt to quell an oncoming headache. Yeah, just kill him, but don't do the cannibal part, guys. It's not that hard. Anyway. Make up your mind, Josh. Is he a scary monster or a feeble old man? You can't have it both ways. She had a point, but her volume could have been lower. No, can't be both. Can't be both. Several minutes passed before Josh responded. Fine. And he went to bed, noticeably angry. Maybe we should go to sleep too. This won't end in a day, you know. Tomorrow will only be the beginning. It won't take Dad long to get wise to what we're doing, and whatever his reaction, it won't be fun. I offered Wendy my hand, pulling her to her feet. I know, but it's for the best. I understand how it made sense in the old days, but we can't go on like this. We see it, and though he may not be ready to like it, Josh sees it too. Dad might be a victim of his generation, and whether that's an excuse or not, we have to be better. Sometimes it's easy to forget my little sister is actually pretty smart. I know she was right. It was just really hard to remember her eloquent phrasing while an imp was screaming at me. The next morning, Dad set off into the forest, while I and my siblings secretly slept in. Wait, I skimmed over that. Oh, shoot. I forgot to hit snoozes. Oh my gosh. I forgot to hit the ad. Okay, we're gonna... I don't know what to do. The hard to remember her eloquent phrasing while an imp was screaming at me. There wasn't an imp screaming right then. So why is the imp gonna scream at him? Why is it gonna come down to just him? Only the new contract holders are supposed to have it. So what the hell is going on? Okay. I don't know. Okay. We won't have that much time to read it. It will cut off. So we will do this. The next morning, Dad set off into the forest while I and my siblings secretly slept in. Or so I thought. That's before I was ever so rudely awoken by a large glass of cold water being dumped onto my head. Cliffhanger! And I'll start up in a second. I'm gonna just do a short one. Where's my 30-second ad? Oh, there it is. Right. Okay. 30-second ad. Very quick. I'm very sorry. Otherwise, it's gonna get cut up in the middle. So here's our cliffhanger. Ad. I'm sorry. He's gonna get woken up by the water. And who do you think's pouring the water on him? He's gonna be fine. Okay. Hydrates. Head paddings, head paddings. Okay, why am my model's just jumping in and out of existence all the time lately? Bouncing around. Okay, we're back. I'm very, very sorry, but now we're back. Wake up, you imbecile! Why are you new hunters so damn determined to ruin me? A shrill voice screamed into my ear. The next instant, I was somehow on my feet, staring at a very short man dressed exactly like the Monopoly guy. Oh, I guess Nod got a little more rich. Nod's features were no longer deformed. He perfected his disguise over the centuries and carried it rather proudly. Well, what do you think you're doing? He stomped his foot impatiently, awaiting my answer. Does that mean he actually responds or waits for people to respond? It's difficult to speak when you've just been awoken by an angry hell imp drenching you with ice water, but I did my best. We quit. I'm sorry. This would have never happened with Diane's kids. Nod sounded every bit as old as he looked. Sinking into the nearby armchair, he removed a bottle of aspirin from his inside jacket pocket. After taking a generous amount, he added, "Try again, kid," and in a much softer tone. Well, sir, you see, my siblings and I have decided not to participate in this tradition any longer, and I apologize for any inconveniences that may cause on your end, but... And then he's interrupted. Then can you tell me why your dear brother was gone at sunrise? The imp blinked several times in quick succession. His patience clearly stretched thin. He what? My heart sank at his words, and I ran down the hall to confirm. Josh's room was empty. I couldn't believe he was willing to cheat after what happened to Dad. But he later clarified that he didn't see it as a deception. He genuinely meant it when he agreed to our sister's plan. But then he chickened out at the last minute. Yes, shocking, I know. But the question is, what are you going to do about it, For nearly 300 years, the creature hadn't shown itself outside of a contract transfer, yet it was now in my room. Surely that could mean only bad things, right? Well, it depends on your perspective. I think it means he's desperate, and that's all that matters. That's kind of good right now. I mean, he's the better hunter. I was cut off before I could finish the thought. That idiot wouldn't survive the first year, and your sister is a pansy. It has to be you. In all bold, I'm glad that he didn't call the brother a pansy. We would have problems, me and you, Nod. But all right. Really, go get Diane's kids for this, dude. The little man was back on his feet, pacing and flapping his arms about anxiously. Is this because he's gay? I didn't understand why else he would be so opposed to Josh when my brother was the obvious choice. What? Damn, you aren't much smarter, are you, boy? Well, no matter. I won't let you brats ruin the 3 centuries of hard work. Are you perfect? Not remotely, but you are my best option. I don't know what this world is coming to. Everyone is more concerned with their feelings than surviving. Is it because he's gay? Like I care what he does with his floppy little meat stick. You primates have one-track minds. It's embarrassing. Floppy little meat stick. I love him. I love it. Okay, geez, I'm sorry. I didn't know that imps were so progressive. I don't want your apology. I want you to kill your worthless father before that idiot finds him. Nod suddenly began growing taller with each step. Oh, no. Oh, Andy, you have no idea. You're going to want to watch this VOD. You're going to want to watch this VOD and start... I don't care if you watch the SCP. You watch this, okay? Moment 1 of A Hunter's Feast. Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't want your apology. I want you to kill your worthless father before that idiot finds him. Nod suddenly began growing taller with each step, and his human mask fell away. He came to tower over me, his height now well above 7 feet, and he jabbed his bony, pointed finger into my chest a little harder with each word. I have been impatiently waiting a very long time to be rid of your father, and I'm at my limit, bold limit, with these games. So help me, I will skin each of you before I endure a single day of working with that man-child. Isn't that cheating? Are you allowed to do that? I was still terrified, but to an extent the imp clearly needed me, and that instilled enough courage to at least find my voice. You don't want to talk to me about cheating, boy. You don't want to talk to me about anything beyond the best way to reach your father before the idiot. Why are you still not clothed? Again, all bold with the why are you still not clothed? When he yelled, the entire room shook. I opened my mouth, though I have no memory of what I intended to say, and was consumed by images of my sweet Abigail lying dead in her crib. Kaylee stood over her, sobbing uncontrollably and screaming, "How could you do this to us?" My heart shattered. I could barely remain on my feet, yet somehow I managed to dress and ready my rifle. On my way out, I paused at Wendy's door, listening for any movement, but the imp quickly put such thoughts to rest. "Keep it moving. She won't be awake for some time yet." "Did you drug her?" "You asshole." Nod. Okay. She won't be awake for some time yet. Glare at me all you wish. Just keep moving. Bold, keep moving. You're lucky she's alive. She's a whiner, that one. I hate whiners. Nod used his pinky to dig inside of his ear. When he removed it, the finger was covered with a green, waxy substance that he studied with half fascination, half disgust, before flicking it onto the floor. Oh, what a guy. Oh, all right. Once outside, he guided me straight to Dad's hiding spot. As expected, he didn't make it far. Had Josh not been led astray by a false trail, he would have found him well before I had gotten out of bed. The old man was hiding in the brush. I heard him before I saw him. No matter how well he hid, he couldn't help those wheezing breaths. Nod had guided me towards his rear. I knew that the bastard wouldn't hesitate to shoot at us, but due to the situation between him and Josh, I worried he might be packing something heavier than rubber bullets. Kill Dad. Kill Dad. I took great care to remain completely silent as I crept closer for a better vantage point. If I missed the first shot, we could very easily end up in a full-on gunfight, which would also reveal our position to Josh. That almost proved to be a fatal error. The extra few steps are what placed my left foot squarely. Oh. Your dad really sucks. Your dad really, really sucks. Okay. Extra few steps are what placed my left foot squarely into a bear trap. I've never felt such instant, blinding pain. It didn't feel like something clamping onto my ankle. It felt more like something snapped my leg off at the hip, like we would snap a twig from a branch. I don't remember screaming, but I remember stopping because a large, sticky metal hand clamped itself over my mouth to result in the most putrid sensory experience of my life. So Nod is clamping it over his face. Oh, shut up, or I'll cut your throat myself. Though Nod was back to his normal size, his hand remained unusually large as he pressed it tighter against my face, all but cutting my airflow. Ugh. All right, bye-bye, little hunk. Eat well, take care. Oh, look, Violet and the frog together. Violet and the frog. Thank you for tucking in the shrimps. Thanks, Vet. Okay. I gritted my teeth against the pain and smell to stifle my screams until the imp disappeared entirely. That's when I heard the footsteps and suddenly understood Nod's urgency. They were almost on top of me, and I had dropped my gun. Hey, please, look, I'm sorry. Just please get it off. Please, I can't take it. I had no clue if I was speaking to my father or my brother, and I didn't care. I would have said or done anything to get that thing off of me. Avery? God damn, son, I'm glad it's you. But I taught you better than this. You always look where you're putting your feet, son. We don't have time to get you out. Not after the way you're screaming. Dad knelt down and handed me my rifle. He had the biggest smile on his face, and a fresh wave of resentment washed over me. Pete's sake, I thought you were our sister. I thought you were your sister. Hey, you nearly got me with a heart attack. That would have been a first, huh, partner? Your misogyny angers me, sir. I didn't think that you were also that. Yeah, I should have expected, but I thought maybe he would be just a little bit better than... Yeah, okay. He gave me a chummy shoulder slap with the last line and sent a fresh shock of pain coursing down my leg. It took everything I had not to cry. Dad, please, I'm begging. But that's as far as I got. Son, I know it's not fair to ask this of you so young, but you're a father now, too. Think of little Abby and the life she'll have, that you and Kaylee will have with her. He scooted back several feet to give me a clear shot. But Dad, There's no time. Josh is getting close. Don't you hear him? I could, and he was indeed getting too close for comfort. I don't like this. I'm doing my hydrate. Thank you. Do you like water? I do. But I'm also going to have some of my drink. Because the story told us to get our drinks poured, so we did. Okay. With shaking hands, I raised my weapon, but I was in too much pain to hold it steady. The sound of my brother's approach only aided to my anxiety until I felt as if I would simply faint. Dad, I tried once more, but again to no avail. Boy, you pull that goddamn trigger now! Bold now. Do you hear me? I'll haunt you for the rest of your miserable life if you let that sissy boy bang. We ain't gonna let you say that goddamn word, you fuckwad. I didn't consciously pull the trigger. I wasn't even aware that I had stopped shaking, but my father's head exploded into a fine pink mist that I still see every time I close my eyes. Oof. I used a larger caliber to ensure he wouldn't suffer. I just didn't expect it to be so graphic. I should have never been so close either. The shock of it made me forget the pain for a few seconds, then the sound of Josh's voice brought me crashing back to reality. Yep, Vet. Avery, hey, where? When he found our small thicket, he first laid eyes on the carnage that used to be our father, and then several emotions flashed across his face in quick succession. Most prominent were the anger, rage, and grief. Then he turned towards me, and I watched as hatred gave way to surprise and something akin to pity. He clearly wanted to say something about my breaking our agreement, but considering he had broken it first, there wasn't much to discuss on the matter. Instead, he simply said, I can't believe you stepped in a bear trap, dumbass. Then he released the claws of death, and I told him about Nod's visit while he wrapped my ankle. Aw, thanks, bro. I left out a few details in favor of highlighting the threats against my daughter, but Josh didn't have much to say in response. After pulling me to my feet, he said, all right, you can stand, so I'll leave you to it. And just like that, he was gone. Finally! Nod immediately reappeared, kneeling over my father, this time holding a large knife and pitchfork with thick strands of drool hanging from his chin. Since it's your first time, I won't penalize you for the mess you made of my delicious brain, but it's a delicacy. Don't let it happen again. This was the moment that I remembered what Dad had said about Grandpa's final hunt. And he was right. The worst part was definitely butchering the corpse. Nod forced me to make every cut all by myself. You have to learn now. This is the only time I'll be here to instruct you. Besides, just think how easy it will be to skin a stranger after you've done it to your own father. And that's the end of part 3. But there's a conclusion, an epilogue. Overall, it was by far the longest, hardest day of my life. When I returned to the lodge, Dad was nothing more than individually wrapped slabs of meat. I was covered in blood, plus fluids I didn't care to identify, and every part of my body ached. Josh and Wendy had both left. They can no longer participate in this particular family tradition, so I didn't blame them. I'm sure I would have done the same, and their luck wouldn't expire until December 1st anyway. I was far more worried about myself at that moment. I still had to explain everything to Kaylee, and honestly, didn't know how she would react. When we discussed the different possible outcomes, the idea of me becoming a murderer seemed to upset her far more than the idea of enduring a bad luck streak. But I also had to believe that was only because she didn't consider our daughter's death to be one of the consequences. She initially took the news pretty hard, but ultimately she came around like I knew she would. We've also agreed not to have any more children. As long as our little girl pulls the trigger when the time comes, she'll be set for life. And if she chooses to have more than one kid, well, I won't be here to deal with the drama anyway. Whew. Can you believe we're finally at the end? That may have been even longer than I expected. Let's see, what else though? Of course, Thanksgiving dinner went off without a hitch. There was even a moment that, from the corner of my eye, just for a second, I thought I saw Nod seated in his special chair, but it was probably my imagination. The truth is, I was feeling much better towards the imp by that point. My ankle was already healing faster than the doctors could explain, and I'd had ample time for my temper to cool. Plus, as horrid as it is to admit, that very well may have been the best meal I've ever tasted. Honestly, I feel like I was a bit of a drama queen about the whole ordeal. Now that I've had time to really process my emotions and reflect on the events of that day, I've never felt more alive. In fact, I've already begun planning next year's hunt. My boss called yesterday, and I've been given a generous promotion that comes with extra vacation time, so the world is my oyster. Well, maybe just the country. That's probably not a hobby to take internationally, given today's customs security. Nod wanted this guy for a reason. Yeah, I don't like this. Oh my gosh. Please don't mistake my excitement as heartless. I am all too aware that December will soon be upon us, and my concern for my siblings grows with each passing hour. I have offered my support in every way I know how, but they still aren't ready to speak with me, which is fine. I'll be here when they are. I only hope the time isn't brought about by tragedy. Well, friends, I suppose that's it. I can't thank you enough for listening. Mine is a heavy secret to bear, yet you've made it a little lighter. May you all be blessed with the luck of Nod this holiday season. I ain't doing that, bud, but you go ahead and have fun, I guess. Wow! That was a fun one, Fett. My goodness. What a fascinating story, says the guy that recommended it. Alright. I'm gonna just book. Well, we have some extra time. You can't claim total credit? Really? Who should get the credit then? That goes to whoever recommended it to Viola a while back. Vi read it first. Of course. Of course. How did she do with Nod's voice? I think I nailed it, according to you. Oh, dunked. We have time. So far back that apparently Cage didn't remember. Wow. I have time. And you know what we did last time we had time? We did the 2-minute mysteries. I think it's time for some little 2-minute mysteries. We had one that we didn't get around to thanks to all the crashing. So why not do that one now? What was it? The Dying Brazilian, right. Ooh, yes. What did you work on? Yes, show. You really did that justice. Oh, thank you. Honestly, truly, I do these reads because I would really like to do audiobooks. But I like being able to have a reaction as well. It's just fun to be able to react in the moment and not just play it straight. If I played it straight, I'd be probably putting a little bit more effort into some of the different characters' voices, maybe. And that wouldn't be as off the cuff fun silly, so I don't know. But I would like to try some of those audiobook read opportunities if I could get my hands on them. It would be nice. Slow on with the gritty. It is in Discord. Okay, come here, Discord. Show me what. Show me what. What has Cage done? Da, 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 da. Oh, it's over here. Gib. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You gave me boots. I like it. It gave me more people-y legs, but I like it. Hello, Doctor. I'm Raven, an assassin from the Emerald Lake. You can call me Glasshorn. I like it. Where's the other one? Transparent one is also a raven. a raven. Available for raven if you want. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Oh. Oh. Give me that little... Zoom in. I can see your little thing. Just a little signature. Nobody has hooves in Arknights. It's also it's lore accurate that she doesn't show her true colors outright anyway. Yeah. That's gonna be great. Oh my gosh. Let's try this friggin' awesome name. That's sorry. I'm reading as we're talking. You guys were talking in staff chat without me. It's great. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna read all of that later. Oh my goodness. Okay. I need to do my own doodle. Because I wanted to do... There's so much stuff I want to do. Oh my gosh. So many little projects I want to do for and with you guys. And I want to show you how I would do things and... yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. But that is very cool. I like it. Yeah. Okay. Do we want to do 2-minute mysteries? I'll do the way I did it before, where I read it once, and then I silently read the answer, and then I reread it out loud, trying to make sure that I give at least a tiny bit of emphasis on what the answer is, so that you can find it a little easier, because it's fiddly bullshit. But yeah. We have one left of those, so I hope you guys have your little notes ready. Yeah, noted. You have your brains ready for some bullshit, fiddly, 2-minute mystery stuff, if you want to do that. Of course I liked. Okay, we're ready. This one is that This is the one that we were trying to read when everything crashed. We only got like a couple sentences in. We did not really get to it. So I'm going to start from the top. Alright. I was going to add a glitchy effect near the feet, but I've never done that before, and I was trying to not dwell on small details. Very fair. And as long as you covered it with text, that kind of also like obscures it a little bit too. So that works. It works. I like it. It's good. But I've got so much. Okay. Alright. Here's The Case of the Dying Brazilian. It has been months since Nick the Nose had slipped into Inspector Winter's office to peddle a phony tip. Which we assume how that goes. Oh, wait, I should change the little thing. This is not the trigger warning we need anymore. We need 2-minute warning is what I called it. Because it's about being old writing and being problematic, maybe. Okay. Here we go. So whoever Nick the Nose is, this slimy guy. And our returning character, Inspector Winters, our cop friend. And then there's Dr. Helegian, our main man that we follow, our kind of Sherlock Holmes. Okay, so he's in there peddling a phony tip, I guess. I got something on the Nilo Bernardus case, the greasy little informer confided slyly. Nilo Bernardus, the inspector explained to Helegian, is a 10-year-old boy who was kidnapped last month in Santos, Brazil. His father, a millionaire, paid the ransom. The boy has not been returned. Last night, said Nick, this old guy in Pedro's flop started to talk as he lay dying. At first he ran on about how he had lived all this life in Brazil and never did anything wrong till last month. Then he got interesting. He said he had sinned by collecting the ransom money for young Nilo. Before he got paid his share, he had overheard the rest of the kidnap gang plotting to kill him. So that night he stowed away on a freighter and jumped ship in America. With his dying breath, he named the town in Brazil where the kidnappers are laying low. Of course, he spoke in Spanish and I didn't understand it, but Pedro, who is Mexican, understood and did the interpreting. Pedro will back me up. I figure, concluded Nick, that the name of the town where the kidnappers are hiding is worth a bundle. The inspector rose, growling. Helegian barely had time to open the office door before Nick went sailing out. Why was Nick given the old heave-ho? I think I know. I'm pretty sure I know. And this is one that we should know. You guys should know even today. This is not an old-timey bullshit. You should be able to pick up on this one. And I'll read it to myself. Yeah, thought so. Okay. Pep. Here we go. Rereading. It had been months since Nick the Nose had slipped into Inspector Winter's office to peddle a phony tip. I got something on the Nilo Bernardus case, the greasy little informer confided slyly. Nilo Bernardus, the inspector explained to Helegian, is a 10-year-old boy who was kidnapped last month in Santos, Brazil. His father, a millionaire, paid the ransom. The boy has not been returned. Last night, said Nick, this old guy in Pedro's flop started to talk as he lay dying. At first, he ran on about how he had lived all his life in Brazil and never did anything wrong till last month. Then he got interesting. He said he had sinned by collecting the ransom money for young Nilo. Before he got paid his share, he had overheard the rest of the kidnap gang plotting to kill him. So that night he stowed away on a freighter and jumped ship in America. With his dying breath, he named the town in Brazil where the kidnappers are laying low. Of course, he spoke in Spanish, and I didn't understand him, but Pedro, who is Mexican, understood and did the interpreting. Pedro will back me up. I figure, concluded Nick, that the name of the town where the kidnappers are hiding is worth a bundle. The inspector rose, growling. Helegian barely had time to open the office door before Nick was sailing out. Why was Nick given the old heave-ho, folks? You have a minute. And I hum. Okay, it's been a minute. No one has said anything. Does anybody have any theories? Any at all? I picked this one up without reading it. I did. 1 point for Raven on this one. Empty head fet. Very fair. Very, very fair. I take that as a forfeiture. Get ready, folks. Nick the Nose had bribed Pedro, the Flophouse proprietor, to confirm his phony tip. However, a dying man who had lived all his life in Brazil wouldn't speak his last words in Spanish, but in Portuguese, the language of Brazil. When you're in Brazil, you're not speaking Spanish. You're speaking speaking Portuguese. You're speaking Brazil in Brazil. So I was like, it's not Spanish in Brazil. In theory, he could have, but like that was clearly the bit that they were going after. Anybody could speak any language, but yeah, it's suspicious that that's how that went. And since they already have established that Nick the Nose appears to be doing those typically, it's fair. No, Cage, you're fine. None of you have to say anything. I'm gonna read the answer either way. I just give you lots of time to possibly say something. And if you drops a little, I don't know, face like Fett did, that works. That's a forfeiture. I like it. It says something. But you don't have to. Never worry about that. Okay, what's the next one called? The Escobi Sapphire. Ooh. Sounds fun. We got a jewel case. Fun. Okay. We're ready? Listen close. I'm not. You're late. Okay, Mask, you know how I say, you're not late, I don't take attendance? This is kind of late. Last 20 minutes of stream. And I did make a reference to you when LaHonk was making silly comments, so I should tell you that. I should tell you that you did miss that bit. You can guess what kind of comments I made in reference to you when there was a LaHonk moment. You can put it together, but anyway. I mean, there is an answer, and someone has it. I'm passing the ball to LaHonk. Geese know everything. I think he's asleep. Or else I would have hung the goose song that I've been threatening to hum all last stream. If he pops up and he says, I'm here, I'm just trying to fall asleep, or someone says he's probably fallen asleep there, then I'll hum it for the next thinking time, but I haven't done it yet. I'm sure the comments were about how much I hate that goose. Yeah, totally about hate. Definitely about hate. Not at all hate. No, Andy, you were fine. You weren't late. You were good. The last 20 minutes of stream is kind of late. It kind of is. If you say, sorry, I'm late, as I'm trying to raid out, yeah, you're late. That's you're too late to enjoy stream is what that is. But, hey, it's all good. Okay. The Escobi Sapphire. You're just in time for the next 2-minute mystery. There you go. Okay, here we go. Take careful attention. The coroner just finished a preliminary examination, said Inspector Winters. Professor Merton died of a heart attack about 11 p.m. I telephoned you because of a complication over the Escobi Sapphire. The ring given him by the Maharani of Isha during his trip to the East last year were called Helegian. So the sapphire is the ring the Maharani gave him. And worth an emperor's ransom, added the inspector. Ooh. Wait, not food? Mask, please don't admit to making drugs in chat. I think I should. I think that's kind of a given. Please don't admit to crimes. I can't protect you. I'm so. What? What? I'm cooking stuff for my D&D too. It starts this Sunday. Sunday. I hope it's fun. Have fun. I have to keep working on my D&D too. I have so much to do. And I will ignore it until the last second. To protect you with the feet, I just stomp stuff. That's not very helpful for dogs. Especially if we can just breathe it in. That's not very good. You feel that in your soul? Yeah. I think I attract other ADHD vibes. Cage has admitted to it multiple times in this stream. I need to focus. Oh my gosh. The point is that we're talking about a very fancy ring. Okay. Somebody is dead, but there's a complication over the fancy-ass ring that's worth an emperor's ransom, as the inspector says. Miss Samuels, Professor Merton's longtime secretary, claims he presented it to her last week. Did you notice my autism? Shut up, Mask. I'm having a weird hit. Somehow it's led to me owning my ADHD more. Wow. 7 days in, but you're doing it. Nice. Good for you. I am undiagnosed on anything, but I will tell you neurodivergent is probably accurate. So just kind of in that land. Somewhere. I don't know where. Somewhere. Okay. Yay. I am. I am on of us. Okay, I focus. So, Professor Merton is dead of heart attack at 11 p.m. Has fancy... I knew you would do that. Has fancy ring that is worth a lot of... No! Don't give me neurotypical cooties. Ew. Okay. Oh my gosh. That was kind of loud. I'm sorry. No. Can we talk about this dead guy, please? Jesus. Cuties. Alright. I'll go focus. Dead Professor Merton. Heart attack. 11 p.m. Fancy sapphire ring the Maharani gave him from a trip last year. It's worth an emperor's ransom. Miss Samuels, Professor Merton's longtime secretary, claims he presented it to her last week. She kept it hidden in her room and told no one, afraid of causing family resentment. However, Anita Merton, a teenage niece, insists she saw her uncle wearing the sapphire an hour before he died. Aw. Yeah. Well, we love you and are proud of you, so yeah. Go for it, Cage. Okay. So we're worried about the two ladies both claiming the ring. Claiming placement for the ring. Okay, so thus the question is whether Miss Samuels received the sapphire as a gift or by stripping it from a dead man's hand, said Helegian as he examined the body. Edwin Merton, lecturer in rabbinic Hebrew, lay slumped in a heavy leather armchair. Okay, so our Professor Edwin Merton, lecturer of rabbinic Hebrew, who got his fancy ring, lay slumped in a heavy leather armchair. A red volume book, open to reveal Hebrew print, lay where it had fallen at the moment of death. Helegian asked to see the niece, who told her story with cool assurance. I was in the den with Uncle between 9 and 10 o'clock, she said. I had some typing to do, and he said I might go ahead, as he was merely reading for pleasure. From the red book by the chair? Yes. And was he wearing the Escobi Sapphire? He was. I sat here at the desk, not 8 feet from him. I couldn't have been mistaken. Occasionally, when his right hand turned the page, the jewel, which he wore on his little finger, flashed brilliantly. Helegian's face tightened in a rare display of anger. You are a jealous young lady. I suggest you go directly to Miss Samuels and apologize for maliciously attempting to discredit her. Why? Look at all the cute. Look at all the cute. Although I will say, because of that cat's airplane ears, I don't think that's properly cute. I think that cat's about to attack. I think that cat's gonna start a fight. Cage, I don't trust your kitty. I don't trust him. Me when I see a goose. Yeah, you go feral for your geese. I'm gonna reread this story after quickly reading the answer silently to myself here. Ooh, okay. Oops. Oops, you tell us. Okay, rereading now. Listen close. The coroner just finished a preliminary examination, said Inspector Winters. Professor Merton died of a heart attack about 11 p.m. I telephoned you because of a complication over the Escobi Sapphire, the ring given him by the Maharani of Isha during his trip to the East last year, recalled Helegian. I know what you were trying to say, Mask. I'm calling bull. Okay, that one, yes, and worth an emperor's ransom, added the inspector. Miss Samuels, Professor Merton's longtime secretary, claims he presented it to her last week. She kept it hidden in her room and told no one, afraid of causing family resentment. However, Anita Merton, a teenage niece, insists she saw her uncle wearing the sapphire an hour before he died. Thus, the question is whether Miss Samuels received the sapphire as a gift or by stripping it from a dead man's body, said Helegian as he examined the body. Edwin Merton, lecturer in Rabbinic Hebrew. Neurotypical no legs is the worst thing you have called me. But I have been called worse by other people, so don't worry about it. Lecturer in Rabbinic Hebrew lay slumped in a heavy leather armchair. A red volume, open to reveal Hebrew print, lay where it had fallen at the moment of death. Helegian asked to see the niece, who told her story with cool assurance. I was in the den with Uncle between 9 and 10 o'clock, she said. I had some typing to do, and he said I might go ahead, as he was merely reading pleasure. From the red book by the chair? Yes. And he was wearing the Escobi Sapphire? He was. I sat here at the desk, not 8 feet from him. I couldn't have been mistaken. Occasionally, when his right hand turned the page, the jewel, which he wore on his little finger, flashed brilliantly. Helegian's face tightened in a rare display of anger. You are a jealous young lady. I suggest you go directly to Miss Samuels and apologize for maliciously attempting to discredit her. Why? For some fiddly bullshit that none of you will know unless you read old rabbinic Hebrew texts. And I assume that none of you do, so I'm going to immediately hit you with the answer. The professor was reading a book written in Hebrew, which is read. Can you guess? Can you guess? Back to front. He therefore would not have turned the pages with his right hand, but with his left. So her saying that it was flashing when it was on the right hand is incorrect. Very particular old books. Whatever. Okay. We have 10 minutes left. I will have one more story. It's the fashion cameraman. Okay. I had to give you the quick response since, yeah, I wasn't going to guess any of you. When it said it's an old book specific stuff, I would guess if I gave myself more time, but that would detract from stream. Yeah. Yeah. Eyes are down. Oops. I mean, real long. Yeah. You need to make sure you knew the texts, and maybe you'd eventually get to, maybe it's from this. Just guessing. Like, I think more people would know if it was like you're reading manga. But no. Okay. Fashion cameraman. Cameraman. No. fashion. No. I read mango. Because Japanese read back to front. He did say east. So, yeah, exactly. He said east vaguely, but the thing is, that's about the ring that he got. Not particularly of... Oh my gosh. Yeah. Anyway, okay. Next up, Fashion Cameraman. Our last story of the night. So, Fet be at the ready with a recommendation soon. I was taking fashion movies. What? I was taking fashion movies? This morning, old-timey, I don't know, spicy because goose. Oh my gosh. I was taking fashion movies this morning when the men who held up the American bank ran smack in front of the camera, Ed Courtney said over the telephone. Oh. Somebody broke into my studio this afternoon, he continued. I'm sure it was the bank robbers. Luckily, the film was in the developer and they missed it. Can you come over? I may need help. Dr. Halegian assured the frightened man he was on his way. When he arrived, a movie projector was humming. The criminologist had a fleeting glimpse of a fashion model on the screen, a split second before the film ran out with a snapping clack. I've got close-ups of the robbers near the start, said Courtney, flipping off the machine. Quickly, he removed the reel and dropped it into a black bag. I'm off to the police with this, he said. Would you mind staying here? Just in case those cutthroats are watching while I sneak out the back. Halegian agreed, but be careful, he warned. Courtney wasn't careful enough, Sheriff Monahan told Halegian 3 days later. He drove off the road. His body was discovered in his wrecked convertible at the bottom of Guernsey Ravine an hour ago, along with this. The sheriff held up the reel of film. Let's have a look at it, he said, threading a projector. Courtney's pictures were professionally perfect, except they were entirely of skinny fashion models in bizarre clothes. They were perfect, except what the fuck was he filming? It was his job. Halegian, stop doing judgment, my gosh. Okay. There's the proof that Courtney was murdered, said Halegian. The bank robbers edited out the hold-up sequences and then tried to make his death look like an auto accident. What was Halegian's proof? I shat? You shat! Shanty? Sure, I'll hum a shanty when we do our time to think in a minute. Oh, poor mask. Oh no, this is worse than I queer. Oh my gosh, by the way, I put that up. I did not shanty. I put the I queer clip on YouTube. It has 0 views. It's the only thing on my entire channel that has 0 attention, anything at all. YouTube's homophobic. They don't want to see it. I'm very disappointed. It's a sad. Good. Oh, I'll fix that. Thank you, Cage. Please go give it some love. Please, like, one person watch it 50 times so that it goes somewhere. Cage. Oh, sorry. I blocked you with the book. Okay, I'm quietly reading the answer, and then I'm going to go back and read it all out to you. You know, do what Raven is doing. Your fruit. Yes. But I'm trying to give love to the queer community. Please, thanks. I found it so silly that that's the one that has 0 attention. It's not like it's spelt properly, like queer. It's queer. And, like, they still don't like. I did add a little rainbow flag in the description on YouTube, and maybe that's what hurt it, but I'm like, you are so rude, YouTube. I'm tempted to try and re-upload it to see what would it do if I didn't have it, if I just said I queer, misspelled, but didn't have anything else that suggested it was about queer on it. And then if it did better, I'd be like, okay, wow, YouTube, wow. But I don't know. Okay, back to Fashion Cameraman. You queer? Yay! Yay! Okay, here we go. Fashion Cameraman. New Apple. I queer. You queer. Cage queer. We all queer. Yay. Everybody go watch so we can all queer. Okay, Focus Raven. Fashion Cameraman. Last story reread. I was taking fashion movies this morning when the men who held up the American bank ran smack in front of the camera, Ed Courtney said over the telephone. Somebody broke into my studio this afternoon, he continued. I'm sure it was the bank robbers. Luckily, the film was in the developer and they missed it. Can you come over? I may need help. Dr. Halegian assured the frightened man he was on his way. When he arrived, a movie projector was humming. The criminologist had a fleeting glimpse of a fashion model on the screen a split second before the film ran out with a snapping clack. I've got close-ups of the robbers near the start, said Courtney, flipping off the machine. Quickly, he removed the reel and dropped it into a black bag. I'm off to the police with this, he said. Would you mind staying here, just in case those cutthroats are watching while I sneak out the back? Halegian agreed. But be careful, he warned. Courtney wasn't careful enough, Sharon Monahan told Halegian 3 days later. He drove off the road. His body was discovered in his wrecked convertible at the bottom of Guernsey Ravine an hour ago, along with this. The sheriff held up the reel of film. Let's have a look at it, he said, threading the projector. Courtney's pictures were professionally perfect, except they were entirely of skinny fashion models in bizarre clothes. There's the proof that Courtney was murdered, said Halegian. The bank robbers edited out the hold-up sequences and then tried to make his death look like an auto accident. What was Halegian's proof? I will say for you to know the answer, you should probably know film. And I mean it in the old-timey sense, not just like how movies work. And that they said that they looked absolutely perfect as it was. And now I hum I Shanty. Read the last bit again. From where? There's the proof. Courtney's pictures were. Halegian agreed. Would you mind staying here? Which part is the last bit? No, you'll think. Thank you for little dances. Okay, here is our last answer before we wrap right up. Blood. You say blood? It's about how the film was perfect. So they could have added more words to it. And I will say that if they described it slightly differently, this would have been super easy for people of 1971 to figure this one out. But with the time difference and they are missing like the clarifying words there, we don't know. So I'll clarify. They put the film in right away as is, and it looked exactly as it should. When they say like perfectionally perfect, it looks exactly as it should. What is the answer then? Courtney had removed the film from his projector without rewinding it. No, that was the developer. The dark room That was the developer that he said, thankfully, they didn't get the film that was actually the one that had the evidence that was at the developer. So when they came to rob him because they knew he had filmed them, thankfully it was already in somebody else's hand and they didn't know that. Okay, but he had removed it without rewinding it. Hence, unless it had been tampered with, the models would have been walking upside down and backwards when shown in the sheriff's office, because they would have just threaded it directly. Nobody rewound it. They didn't put it in the right way. So when they immediately put it up, it would have been flipped. Because it's old-time film, you can still put it in backwards because it's just see-through little things. Yeah, so it was strictly like, if you knew that tech, then you would know it really easy. So 71, they probably would have been able to put that together pretty easy. But not us here now, unless we've worked with literal physical film. So there you go. I didn't quite catch it myself because, like I said, they also needed the little... It looked exactly as it should. They just said that it was perfect, except that... oh, it was icky. Like, I thought that he meant, like, he did a great job filming it. I was like, what? How is that relevant? Yeah. But that was fun. All right. Upside down and backwards. I'm imagining something straight out of the... No, it's just like the image got, like, if I rotated myself. Let's see if I could do that. If I could do something like that. Okay, I've just flipped chat backwards over here. Look at all the chat backwards. But then I just flip it back. No big fight. It's just flipped because it's see-through. There's a whole great stream. I'm glad I was here the whole time. Yeah. But seriously, Mask, we had some wild stories. I cried at the first one. And then there was the weird little imp man that Fett says I did a great job voicing. So I'm very proud. And so that was cool. You didn't know that was possible? Tech hit you with some fanciness. No, it's just Raven knows how to fuck it up, right? Because she's fucked it up enough times. It's all good. I miss so much. Hey, guess what, Mask? I'm not streaming tomorrow, but the VOD will be up, so you could watch. You could watch at double speed. You could watch at any speed. Because it will be on YouTube, and they do that. You'll be good. You'll be fine. It'll be good. Okay. Where the hell are we going? No, I'll be back on the 12th. I was originally saying that I would be on the 11th, but I am not. Rinny, you got it. Let's be going. Deleting on rods. No. I'm a little nervous if I should do something because of it. There's so much footage, and I'm nervous about what I have to do because I just keep doing long streams. And what will that mean? But no. Not deleting. Let's go. Rinny. There you are. Hanging out in the aquarium. Chill. That's nice. Oh, someone here is named Blurp. Hello, Blurp. I like your name. Okay. Hey, Twitch. Cooperate. There we go. Alright, everybody. Thanks so much for watching. I'm really glad we've escaped our bad lagging. We still have little ones, but no more bad lagging. Isn't that lovely? Yeah, look at you. It's the emote you're using. It's her. And yeah, I won't be streaming immediately, but my VODs will be up, and I have the triggers up for you to go revisit however bajillion times you want. Please do. Lots of visits. It would be nice. And what typo have you done now? No, go ahead and clip that. That one's a good one. I like clipping any of Mask's nonsense. We should start a playlist of Mask typos. It will be fun. Good night. Oh, already done. Yay! Okay. Away we go have a great night. Have a great time in Rinny's stream. I will be getting some things done. And I will see you guys again on the 12th. Hopefully for some folk tales. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're waiting. We're waiting. 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 Ba da 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 boo. Is it gonna go now? Yeah.